Straight away. Nice. All right. Good Wi-Fi today. Welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I am live. We are live. Merlin and Maeve is live. How are you guys doing today? Smash those hearts, champions. Smash those hearts for me. Right? We're live and we're here to talk about things again. Talk about your spiritual questions. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Brooke. Hi, my wife.
You're louder than the fan. When you stop, pause for a minute, you can hear it, but when you go again, it locks it up.
Okay.
So we're all clear.
So we're all right. You can hear me okay.
Yep.
Good, good. I was worried about that yesterday. The fan was too loud. I don't know if you guys remember that. Right? Mish, welcome. Say hello in the chat and ask me your spiritual questions, you guys. If you guys want to know what's going on in this world, I'll tell you what's going on. I can tell you how to hack this system. Actually, it's something that you're supposed to know and they're not teaching to you anymore. If you guys are interested in that, just ask questions, right? This matrix is easy to actually hack. It's just that they don't let you see it. Okay, so you have these controllers, these oligarchs, these rich people who think they own you and they think they own this world. And they're distracting you away from it with everything that you can imagine, including this app right here. This app right here has an algorithm that's designed to give you what you hit like on. So the things that you hit like on, you're going to get more of that content. So if you hit like on little teeny fuzzy bears, you're going to get little teeny fuzzy bears. It's designed to distract you so that you don't actually look within yourself and learn your own spirituality. Okay? I wrote a book about it. This is what they're doing on purpose. This is why I came to this earth. I came to this earth to help you guys. So smash those hearts and share this out. I came to this earth with a large group of people. There's probably more people right now that have come down here to help than there are that were already here on their own. It's very possible. There's a lot of us down here. Okay? Came down here to help, but we're all stuck here with you guys. Thank you. There's my wife sending me that. And bingo. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brooke. Oh, and then the other one's coming in from myself. Thank you. She's on my phone. She's on the other phone. I'm there on her account and on my account. Welcome in, everybody. So, literally, you're sitting here in this what you think is reality, this matrix that you're in, and you're normally supposed to be able to figure out how to get out of here, but they're distracting you away from that. They're not allowing you to see what's going on. They're not allowing you to see what's going on in the world and in the universe. You guys got to figure that out, right? And I'm talking to you and me right now. We'd have to get some people in here. So
let's go with talk about the Bucacina again. Why not?
No, that didn't bring anybody in. That one's some Americans will come in for that one, right? Welcome, 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 right? So smash those hearts, champions, and ask me your spiritual questions, okay? So you guys want to learn how to get out of this matrix? There's a way out of this matrix. You just got to figure it out. You got to stop letting them distract you with everything. Everything is a distraction. Everything is keeping you away from what you're supposed to be doing. Everything is keeping you asleep. You are asleep and you're veiled. You're wide awake right now talking to me, but you're veiled because you don't remember who you are, why you're here. You don't know that you came from another place. You don't know that you're an immortal soul because you're not supposed to know that stuff. Okay? And why is that? Because that's the way the Creator designed this place. But bad people learn the same knowledge that I know. And those bad people are doing that to you. Those bad people are keeping you from learning how to get out of here. Okay? So you guys want to learn how to get out of here. It's not very difficult. It's actually in everything that you look at. You just don't realize that. You listen to a song and you know that song is really cool, but you're not really quite sure what it means, but you know that it's really cool, right? Depending on the genre that you're in, there's songs out there written by people. You watch a movie and it's the same thing. You know that this movie's really cool, but you don't understand exactly why. And these movies that just seem to be sci-fi movies or just seem to be thrillers don't seem to be that much, but you love them because they're really cool. And then all of a sudden, about 4 years from now, when you all of a sudden start piercing that veil and you know what's going on, you go back and watch that movie and you go, holy crap, that movie was about the ascension. And I didn't remember it. The same thing with poems, songs, stories, and you know it, you sense it. If you guys ever saw any of the Matrix movies, guess what that was about? That was about the actual ascension, about being stuck here in this place and trying to get out. But they framed it in a third dimensional way, telling you that robots had you sticking in a pod with a thing stuck in the back of your head and you were in a computer simulation. That's not true, but it's similar. Okay, you're stuck in a simulation because this entire place is a simulation created by the creator of the universe. Whether you're aware of that or not, whether you're religious or not, doesn't matter, because religion recruits you. Spirituality waits for you to find it. Okay? So this place is that type of matrix, but it's not, your body isn't physically parked somewhere while you're being into some goo. This is your body that you're in. Okay? So that part is real from that matrix perspective. You are actually parked somewhere else in a density that is your immortal soul, but it's not actually your spirit, but it's not actually in bondage somewhere. And you're actually living this organic life. You just don't remember that this is an organic life that you're living, okay? So you have to become aware of that. That's the process of what happens here normally. Normally, the process is you come into this place when you're first self-aware. Self-aware when you're here. Okay, you're here, I think, therefore I am. And that's what you're doing here until you learn that you are, not have, you are an immortal spirit. And that's when you start to move up to 4D and on the way up to 5D. So the normal stage of this place is that you come here, you're veiled, your third eye is not open. It's not supposed to be. You're supposed to be veiled so that you can have an organic experience. Organic, meaning you don't know that you're the part of the creator. You don't know that ultimately you are the creator. And you're down here so that you can figure out life. You can figure out everything that entails to try and figure out who you are. Okay? So every single one of us are doing that from our own perspective. And we're supposed to learn that stuff. And we're supposed to move up from this place to another place. Okay? So smash those hearts, champions. Smash those hearts, champions, so we can get and share this out so we can get some more people in here, right? So literally that's what you're here to do, right? Seahorse, welcome, welcome, welcome. Smash those hearts and share this out. Raph, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Smash those hearts, guys. Ask me your spiritual questions if you want to know what's going on. And then I'm not talking about religion. Religion recruits you. Spirituality waits for you to find it. So if you guys want to know what's going on, ask me how do you get out of this? Ask me any question about anything. I'll answer it. If I don't know the answer to it, I'll say, I don't know the answer to that. We'll have to go look somewhere else, right? So what is it that you're here to do? Why are you here? What are you guys up to today? What are you doing on TikTok right now? Are you actually on TikTok right now trying to watch little bunnies, aliens telling jokes, cats, bazooka, and grandma across the street? All of that stuff is a distraction trying to keep you from learning what you're supposed to learn, okay? It's all being done to you. And it's being done to you by these people down here in this place because they want to keep you here. They want you to believe that they own you. They want you to believe that they own this place. Okay?
Talk about this.
So remember that you're not in a place that is a prison, but they're making it that by not allowing you to see what's in front of your face. So they're not allowing you to see what's going on.
Matt LaCroix, big news today. My discoveries in Egypt and Turkey just made the Daily Mail. Ancient symbols and sacred.
Sorry, my wife's talking to me over here reading
the
headlines.
discoveries that he made the Daily Mail.
Right.
Everything he's talking about.
So that's good. If you guys are interested, Matt LaCroix, I don't know if you know who he is. He's an anthropologist who just found all over the world. He's over in Turkey. Thank you for that. Marcella, thank you. Hi, how you doing today? So Matt LaCroix, you guys should look him up. He actually has found the oldest civilization in the history of the world. He has found a new dig site, new sites, and has identified information on hieroglyphs from these different sites that coincide with information on hieroglyphs in Egypt and around the world, talking about the same thing I'm talking to you about the ascension and about these ancient peoples around the world actually understood this matrix and how to get out of it. And he's actually uncovering to the world that this stuff is all over the world. All of that so-called Anunnaki stuff that's all over the world isn't Anunnaki, is not aliens from another place, but it's actually people that lived on this earth that died off 77,000 years ago. Their entire species, like ours now, that's a global society, ceased to be, and they left behind information that is vital for the human race and our existence so that we can actually get off this rock, not in a physical way on a spaceship, but by graduating into a different plane of existence. And they were leaving that information behind all over the world. People everywhere on this planet knew about this stuff, and they're gone now, and we are them left over. We're the ones who survived that cataclysm, but we lost the knowledge and forgot about it, and now we're a global society again. 77,000 years later, we're a global society, okay? And he's actually a young guy. He's like 35 years old or something. He might be a little bit older, but he looks like he's 35, right? He looks young.
Santa.
And who said, hey, Santa? Who said that?
Oh, who is it? No.
Who was that?
S said they want a skateboard.
Skateboard? You want a skateboard for Christmas? Okay. We'll have to give you a good skateboard for Christmas. How tall are you? How big are you? Maybe we'll have to get you a big one. Okay, so Matt LaCroix, right? Was it Linda says the elites knew about this? Yes, the E-Files were looking for people awakening. Yes, yes, and yes. I wrote a book about that. It's called The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. Okay, and in that book, I call them the controllers because I don't want to say anything that'll get me edited, right? So if you guys are interested, this book right here, take a screenshot. It's backwards on your screen, but take a screenshot of it. The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways by me, Leonard O'Neill. I call them the controllers in that book, and they literally knew about it. What they did was they learned it. And when they learned this information 12,000 years ago, they started eradicating things. They started eradicating things and trying to change things and not allow you to see it. So they started controlling the religions. Think about it. Alexandria was burned by Julius Caesar. All the information about our past, all the information that had these scrolls in it. In the year 329, Constantine, another emperor in Rome, another Caesar in Rome, starts editing the Christian Bible and pulls out 68 books. These people knew about it. They know this knowledge, and they've been trying to hide it from you. It was in every single religion. I'm a theologian, and I have 5 spiritual titles, 4 religious titles, and another spiritual title from 5 different forms of spirituality, okay?
You look like someone's
grandfather. I have studied, look like someone's grandfather. Right? That's very possible. So, sorry, my wife is sitting over here, and she's talking to me. She's reading the things I'm missing from you guys. Thank you for that, Linda. Was that Linda that said that? Yeah, Lyndon. Thank you, Lyndon. So literally, they 12,000 years ago got this knowledge that this place is like a matrix, and it gives you what you want. So just like a matrix and the thing here, right?
Learning like I did.
I'm just learning all of this the past year. Lyndon, Brooke is over here getting excited because she was that way before she met me. She was learning all this stuff and starting to wake up. And that actually, she was on the verge of awakening, and that led her to me. And we met, and now we're married. And so you're saying that like it's parallel like her, that you're just starting to learn this stuff and you're right on the verge of waking up completely. She's excited for you. I should have turned the camera around. She was going, yay! So it was kind of cool because you're going on the same kind of path that she went on. We all do that at some point, guys. In our journey, we start looking around, right? So I'll ask you guys these questions, right? And you hear people do this on the internet. If you don't, then you should be, right? Do you look around and you're starting to see these things, right? You look at the religions and you're like, these religions are kind of failing. What's going on with them? The religion itself is not failing, but the people at the top are controlling the amount of knowledge that you're getting from it, and you sense that, okay? The religions are still good. They're still there, and the books still have the same information. You just have to be able to see it because it's written in code, okay? And they use key phrases like, let him who hath understanding, let him who sees, has the eyes to see, let him who have the ears to hear. These are messages in all those tomes that say what I'm about to say or what I just said means something different than the words that you think in third dimension. What it means something that's more spiritual, okay?
She's saying that she's interested in doing this with a husband who's still very Catholic. She said, I love him and he's trying to understand, but the fear is real. Brooke is reading what you had put, right? I love him, I'm trying to understand,
but the fear is real. See, I was raised Roman Catholic. I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church, okay? Yeah. So so they can still figure it out, right? Jesus is the true risen God. See, that's a Christian indoctrination. Jesus is not God. Jesus never was God. Jesus never said he was God. Constantine rose Jesus to the level of God when he edited that. I am a Christian minister. Okay, so you need to realize that, all right? However, I agree with you, faith over fear, right? It's what I was feeling about, is what I was feeling about Paul accurate? I was feeling that he has corrupted the signal. Paul usurped the church. If you're talking about Paul, whatchamacallit, it was actually Peter and Paul. Peter and Paul changed things in the church, okay? And then some of the popes afterwards, like the one in the 1100s that said that Mary was a hooker, okay? Mary was never a hooker. Mary was married to Jesus. She was his spouse, and she was not a hooker. They said she was a hooker. You know why? Because they were controlling women, and they needed the feminine women who were free thinking to shut up, and they needed to control you, okay? So, yeah, Pope Innocent, that was the one. Pope Innocent is not so innocent, okay? Yeah, Pope Innocent was not so innocent, and Pope Innocent called Mary a hooker, and it was not true. It was not true then. That's why Pope John Paul II rescinded that and said she was not a hooker then and she's not a hooker now, okay? And that was why, right? Oh my God, you're the only male preacher I've ever heard speak the truth. Love has won, because that is what I'm here to teach you, is that love has won, okay? I love your name, and I am here to teach you that, because I am not I'm not the praise Jesus. He said, wait here, he's coming back. He went to get a truck. We'll just wait here for him, okay? Praise Jesus. Because that's not what he said. He never said that. There is no place in the Bible where Jesus said, wait here, I'm coming back for you. Jesus was teaching a way, and that way was a natural balance way that was masculine and feminine. Women were supposed to be equal to men, and then men got control of that. These controllers got a hold of that, and they took you women and pushed you to the back and said, shut up, sit down, don't think, you can't walk, you can't drive, you can't think, you can't read, you can't do anything besides clean the house, have the children, and cook my dinner. And that's the way they've been trying to teach you guys, okay, forever. And that time is over. There's a passage in the Bible that says the devil shall rule the earth for a time. That means that there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. And that last 1,000 years that we just went through was that time, and it's over now, okay? So that time is done. And it is the way of truth, right? Wrong. He is the only way, truth, and life. Okay, so I'm sorry, William, but you're indoctrinated by a system that's trying to teach you. He is a way, and he is the way, okay? Let me explain that to you, okay? I'm not trying to say that you're wrong, okay? What I'm saying is that part that says you're supposed to wait for Jesus and he's the only way, let me show you how he's not the only way, okay? That Jesus, and what he did, he was born of an immaculate conception, was sent down to earth. John 3:16 says, God so loved the earth that he sent his only begotten son, that the earth might be freed, okay? That story of descending down into human form, sacrificing his life, and then ascending back to heaven and becoming the light of the world, what would you say if I told you that happened in every single religion on the face of this earth, and a different person with a different name did the exact same thing? Because that ascension that you're talking about, that descension and ascension, is exactly the way that we are supposed to follow. So when Jesus said, the way to heaven is through me, you're supposed to be going through what he went through, not literally being on a cross and going back to heaven, but proverbially in your own way, okay? And let me show you this. Thor was in heaven, and the All-Father, Odin, said to Thor, one day you're going to be the All-Father when I am no longer, and you need to learn exactly what that means. He said, I'm sending you down to earth, and I'm stripping you of your immortal abilities, and you need to live among the people and learn to love those people. And Thor was sent down to earth and did not have any immortal abilities, and he had to live among the humans, and he fell in love with the humans, and then he was unalived for them and sacrificed himself, and then he was resurrected by his Father, and he then again had his God powers, and it uplifted him, and he went up and he saved the earth, and went up and cracked the sky and drove off Fenrir the wolf from the sky and became the light of the world and went back to Valhalla. Same story, okay? So false preaching. Yeah, now you're going by the rule that they taught you that says if anybody says anything other than what we're telling you, that is false preaching. I am not false preaching. If you read that religion, you'll see that he did the exact same thing. In every single religion, Moses was the same character. Moses was a foretelling that he was going to destroy the empire and free the Hebrews. So the king at the time, or the emperor at the time, was killing all of the firstborn sons of the Israelites because of that legend. The same thing happened when Jesus was being born. There was a legend. So Moses was put in a basket and sent down the Nile. He was then picked up by a woman who was actually an Egyptian. She raised him as an Egyptian. Eventually he found out he wasn't an Egyptian, he was a Jew. Then he went and lived with them, and then he had to sacrifice. They took him, arrested him, sent him out into the desert to die. This happened before Jesus. This is the part that the religion that spawned Jesus, that had the prophecy of Jesus, how it got started. Moses was sent out in the desert to die, and he wandered in the desert until he was going to die, and he prayed to God to save his life. And he said, I can't go on. And he laid down to die and sacrificed himself, and God resurrected him. And then God appeared to him in the burning bush, and God said, you need to go and get my people to be freed. And he said, I don't have the words. And he said, do not fear, Moses. I will be your words, and I will give you the words. Sound familiar? Jesus is the Word of God. Moses was the Word of God in that time. Go there. And he says, who shall I say sent me? I don't know your name. And he says, I am that I am. Tell them I am sent you. So the word in that language that they spoke at the time was Adonai, and it means I am. And he sent them, and he said, free my people. And then he had 7 plagues of Moses, 7 plagues from God, and eventually he freed the people. And then he got ascended. He took the people and wandered in the desert and took them to the promised land, and then God took him up to heaven. It's the same scenario being told slightly different. You can either look at that and say to yourself, I will not believe you. And if you do, then you will stay exactly where you are, and you'll be a good little Roman citizen. Because Constantine changed the Bible. Look in history. Constantine changed the Bible in 329 AD when he had the First and Second Council of Nicaea. When he did that, he changed the Bible and took out 68 books of the Bible. The Ethiopian church walked away from that council, and so did the Eastern Orthodox Church. They would not allow Constantine to change that Bible. Both of those churches have unveiled their Bible today, and it has all 68 scrolls that we found in the Dead Sea area that the Roman Catholic Church claimed were all fake and not real and were never in the Bible. And both of those Bibles have all of those books in there. So your Bible has been edited by a man in 329, and you're being taught the book of Romans, how to be a good Roman, okay? So he is showing you how to get unstuck, yes, okay?
Jesus for the right reasons, not the religion.
He was showing you the way to get unstuck from this place by living the way he was teaching the people. They're not teaching you that anymore. They're not teaching you very much of what Jesus said, except for when they want you to pay attention to what they're saying, and they're taking it out of context and telling you that Jesus said he was going to return, and that God said, I will return like a thief in the night. Constantine elevated Jesus to God status, created your Trinity, and pushed women aside so that he could control the entire population. You need to wake up and look at that and realize that that's true. Look it up in history. Don't believe me. Look it up in history. Do not believe me. Look it up in history and find out if that's what happened.
Terry's
okay.
this morning.
Terry, welcome. Is that Terry that messaged us this morning? Brooke says Terry that messaged us just popped in. Terry, welcome. Okay, so literally, guys, if you're interested, Moses did the same thing. He was the same Savior character before Jesus. Jesus was the same thing. Peter, welcome, brother. Thor was the same thing. If you want to look even older, far before, you can look at different religions. You can look at Shiva. Look into the Shiva and the Ganesh characters in the native Indian from India religions. Okay, look into the storyline there. Look at Osiris. Osiris in the Egyptian thing did the same thing. Osiris walked on water, turned water to wine, healed the blind, healed the sick, brought the dead back. It's not only one person, it is one God, it is one creator, and the way that you ascend to heaven is the same way that every religion on the face of this earth has been telling you since the dawn of time. Okay, you need to read these things, not just get indoctrinated by one book. You need to read these things in the different religions and see that, okay? Jesus loves you. Yes, he does. I love you.
Churches are designed to get
Right?
you butt in the seat and
But
distracted.
you need to realize that churches churches recruit you. Religion recruits you. Spirituality waits for you to find it. Churches want you in the seats, paying the tithing, which is not what that was, paying them money. And they're sitting there saying to you, sit down here. Jesus is going to come back. We don't know when, so pack your stuff. You're a sinner. You've always been a sinner. You women have the original sin because you guys suck. So shut up, sit over there. And you men, listen up. We'll tell you how to get out of here. But you just got to wait here for Jesus to come and get you. Jesus never said that. They don't let you know. Read the actual Bible and read what happened after Jesus' death and his resurrection. You'll find out that he was here for 40 days. 40 days. Not just one day, not just John, look at my wounds and then ascending to heaven. 40 days teaching them what to do. Then he left and they continued teaching. And it wasn't, wait here, I'm going to get a bus to come back and get you. It was, follow me and do what you're supposed to do and you'll get out of here. Live this way. Okay, so now I got a hate speech warning, which means that somebody just turned me in, boot that guy out of the group. The guy that was just here.
Yeah, I don't know where he is.
Yeah, he's probably left. So he said that it was hate speech, and I got a warning for hate speech. Because of that guy, he just did that. That is a communist ideology that this thing is teaching you people. Do you understand what's happening? This thing right here is being run by communist people, and it's teaching you guys that if you don't agree with someone, what they're saying, you tell on them to the Politburo, the people in charge, and they will find them. Okay, so that person, just because they didn't agree with me, they restricted me, and I'm gonna appeal for it right now, if I can, because of that.
Just go haters and trolls.
Yeah, haters and trolls, right? Restriction. Current live, you're restricted from the audience because of that. So I'm gonna see if I can click on it and I can appeal it. I'll appeal it after I get off the live if I have to. So that person didn't agree with me, and so because of that, that person reported me because they're being taught by the communists to report on their friends and family. That person doesn't even know that if he continues doing what he's doing, he's going to lose his own religion because the people who think they own you are doing exactly that, and they're getting you used to that ideology, okay? So you have to pay attention to what's going on, and you have to pay attention to what's going on. You have to realize, sorry, my wife is talking to me while I'm trying to talk. So you guys have to realize that these people who are 14% of the population are evil. 1% of them think they own you and they think they can do whatever they want to you. They try to distract you. That person who was just in here is distracted by the Christian faith that is out there today, which is not teaching you the way that person, Jesus, was teaching you when they were here. That person, Jesus, was teaching you a way to get off of this planet. That religion is not teaching you that way anymore. That religion is teaching you to sit down and wait here because they claim that Jesus said he was going to come back and come get you. And they tell you there's this rapture that's coming. They've been preaching that for 2,000 years and it hasn't happened. Well, it's a matter of faith. No, it's not. It's a matter of free will. And if you want to get out of here, you need to take a look at what's going on in this world. And that's not it. Control mechanisms with caste systems where they tell you you have to obey and do things, right? Jesus said to love one another. That's right. Jesus did not say, sit down and wait for me. I'll be right here. He told you how to get out of here and that there was a kingdom in heaven that you could go to. Not, here's all of the way, pack your bags, but wait for me. I'm going to go get a truck. He didn't say that. Never anywhere in the Bible is that there. But that's what they're teaching you. Well, God said he would come like a thief in the night. Jesus was speaking and telling you about God, not saying me, not saying God. he was talking about the enlightenment at the moment. He was talking about your third eye opening and your enlightenment, and you don't know when that's going to happen. So that's going to come like a thief in the night, okay? Had nothing to do with, wait here, I'm coming back to get you, okay? If you guys actually read the Bible, then you'll know that. But if you only go to church and you sit down, you become indoctrinated like the guy who was here, who reported me for hate speech and reported me for lying and sent that into TikTok, and it's my restriction's already over because they probably looked at it and saw that I didn't do anything. I am a minister of 4 different religions. I am a minister of 5 different spiritual practices, because one is not a church, it is a way. 2 are actually a way, okay? The third one was supposed to be a way, but it has been usurped, okay? So, yeah, freedom of speech. You don't have freedom of speech. I love to think that, my friend. I really do, but we don't have freedom of speech on this platform or any other platform, because just try it. Look what just happened to me. Okay, I got reported because somebody didn't agree with what I had to say. Okay, even though I'm telling the truth, right? The kingdom of heaven is at hand. What makes you think death isn't a receipt of failure? Death happens. The kingdom of heaven is at hand. That I love how you take things out of context. Do you even know what that context of that was? The kingdom of heaven is at hand. The kingdom of heaven has always been at hand, and it's in you, my friend. And you should know that if you read those passages. The kingdom of heaven is in you, okay? Matthew 23:8-10. Why are you calling yourself a rabbi or a master over any other? That's right. Now, who's doing that? Who's calling themselves a rabbi or a master over any other? Do you know what those words mean? Anyone who calls themselves a master over somebody is a liar, because nobody is a master of anybody. Because you know what? I don't stand under anybody. So when somebody says to you, do you understand? You say no. Okay, rabbi means teacher. So teachers are teachers. Okay, you can quote the Bible all day, but you're not seeing the meat of the Bible. What was Jesus teaching? Jesus was teaching to love one another, and Jesus was teaching to be kind to each other, and Jesus was teaching a way of life that would get you to heaven. Jesus was not teaching you to go to a church and sit down and pay a tithing and go to that church every single day. Okay, and if you think that that's what was being taught to you, it's because you've been indoctrinated and you haven't read the Bible. You've just listened to people, or you've gone to a theological college for a Christian theological college. I went through the same thing, okay? My brother is in a theological college right now. I have 5 spiritual titles, 4 religious titles in 4 different religions, and I'm a theologian. My brother's in a Christian theological college today, and they're trying to indoctrinate him to sell Christianity for them. And he's starting to realize that, okay? So when you go to a theological college, or you go to get a ministry from a college, if it's Christian, they're going to teach you to be a Christian minister. They're not going to teach you to talk about spirituality, okay? Why is that? Because it's been controlled since the year 329 when Constantine changed the Bible, okay? So you can quote those. That's what they teach you. They teach you to quote all the little things that you're supposed to quote. See, now you just reclaim your titles going against Matthew. See? So literally, that's what you're instructed to do, my friend. You're instructed to quote these passages in the Bible that back up what they're selling you. My brother does it all the time. And I told him, you need to get outside of that Bible. Stop reading only that Christian Bible in the edits that they have now. Look into, you keep quoting Matthew. Go online and ask any search engine, how many different versions are there that have been edited from Matthew in history. And they're going to show you that they have edited Matthew about 30 different times. Okay, so in the Bible it says you're not supposed to change the Bible in any way by adding or subtracting things. Yet throughout the last 1,000 years alone, they've edited Matthew 30 times. Okay, so so why would you go online instead of going directly? Because if you pick up a Bible, my friend, and it's been reprinted, like Constantine reprinted the Bible, you don't even know that it's been changed. So you can do that. You can go and read the Bible that is the New International Version of the Bible, which has been changed 5 times since they changed it back when King James changed it. And if you don't believe me, go and buy a Bible that's a King James version. Take your new American version or your new international version. Set the new American version, the new international version, and the King James version next to one another and read them page for page. Then come back to me and we'll have a conversation. Okay, so let's move on. Can you read Hebrew? No, I'm learning. I'm actually teaching myself. I have an app that I use that's called Duolingo. I'm not getting paid by them. That you guys can learn from. And I'm actually learning Hebrew because of that. I'm learning Hebrew. I'm trying to learn Aramaic. I'm trying to learn Sanskrit and things like that, right? But I am learning. I'm learning 28 languages right now, right? I'm not going to get into a theological discussion with you because you actually have no theological training. Because if you actually had any real theological training, you wouldn't be trying to preach Christianity to me. You'd be talking about all the different religions. So I'm done with you. I'm not going to talk to you about this anymore. Please go and do some diligence and think for yourself instead of taking the indoctrination that you've been given by that Christian religion that's teaching you today, because that is not the religion that Jesus was teaching when he was teaching the way. Okay? Because he didn't want it to be a religion. He wanted it to be a way of life. And it's been turned into a religion and it's been edited several times. If you don't want to believe that, you don't have to, because you have free will here. Okay? Okay, so let's see, right? So if they didn't translate the Bible, we would need to learn Hebrew. Just translating the Bible, King, doesn't mean that they're editing the Bible. They translated the Bible into different languages. They translated it into Coptic because it was written in Aramaic. At the time, it was written even in Sanskrit before that. They translated it into Coptic. They translated it into Latin. They translated it into Greek, and eventually they took all of those and translated it into English. There is some things that you lose in translation, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about translating it from one language to another. I'm talking about they actually went in and edited the Bible and changed the words to mean different things, okay? And that is what they've done, and you can look back in history and find that. If you go back in history, there is historical fact that Constantine in the year 329 took out 68 books out of the Bible. Okay, and they said, well, no, they only did that because those books were not legitimate, right? Weirdly, there are two religions on this earth that are Christian religions who refuse to let those books be taken out. And their books have those 68 books in there because those were 68 original books that were in the Bible when it was told not to edit the Bible, okay? So I'm not saying that the words change, but words do change over time, and that's something also that you have to look at, okay? When you're looking at things, like for instance, when I tell you that Mary was married to Jesus, people say, blasphemy! God does not will that. She was a whore. Okay, that was made up in the 1100s by a pope. Okay, Pope Innocent. You can also look at words like in the Bible, in the book of Philip that they took out. In the book of Philip that they took out, it actually says in there that Mary was Jesus's companion. You can look this up, okay? The word companion today in our English means buddy, somebody you hang out with on a trip somewhere. That's my companion, okay? 2,000 years ago, at that time, that word meant spouse. But let's go beyond that. Look at the religion at the time, the Hebrew religion at the time. If you were a man, if you were anybody, you had to be married by the time you were 31. Jesus died at 33. He had to have been married. If you were a rabbi, which means teacher, and you were going to teach in the synagogue, you actually had to be married. Otherwise, they wouldn't let you do that. Okay, that was the rules at the time in that religion. So Jesus had to be married to somebody. Otherwise, he couldn't have had the title rabbi, and he couldn't have taught in the synagogue. But we know he did it because they allowed him to do it and they wrote about it. Okay, you want some more proof? Look up Roman law at the time. When they tortured Jesus at that time, in Roman law, if I got tortured by them and I bled on the concrete on the floor where I was getting tortured, my family members had to clean the blood up. My family members had to clean the blood up. So you know what that means? That means that when Jesus got tortured, his family, no one else gets to do it. His family cleans up the blood. Look in that Bible that guy was talking about. Look in the Bible and find out who cleaned up the blood when Jesus was whipped by the Romans. It was Mary, Jesus' mother, Mary Magdalene, and John. So who was John and who was Mary to Jesus? Because they had to be related to him. So that's why people tried to say, well, Mary was married to John, but that wasn't John the Baptist. So then something changed and they went, wait, no, Mary was married to John the Baptist, and John the Baptist was Mary's was Peter's or Jesus's cousin. Therefore, Mary was there to do that. After people like me said, hold on a second, only the family members got to do that. Well, she was a hooker. Wait, was she a hooker or was she married to John the Baptist or was she married to John? So how did John get there? John was Jesus's brother. Mary was not his sister. Mary was his wife. You can look that stuff up, okay? Because you don't know the laws of the people at the time, you don't know what's going on, and you take the words of what they're telling you in this Bible. So a pope in the 1100s said that Mary was a hooker. And everybody started believing that because there was a story in one of the books that there was a hooker that was about to be stoned, and Jesus drew a line and said, let him who was out without sin cast the first stone. Then they tell you that was Mary. Nowhere does it say that woman's name was Mary. You can look that up too, okay? So you guys have to look at that, right? I'm a Jewish by blood, by choice. You are correct so far. See, thank you.
Okay, so
thank you for that,
King
right?
asked, so do you believe Jesus was married? I replied with yes. They also
Yes.
had children. They're still hiding the truth today. So he said, you believe they had kids? I said yes. Sarah was the youngest and an only daughter. She had 3 older brothers. And then he said, is there a bloodline? And I said, yes.
Yeah, well, see, that's so okay. So getting to that, okay, and thank you, Zori. If I'm saying your name wrong, I apologize. Zori. Thank you for that, because look at right there in Jewish law, that'll tell you. Now, getting back to King. King, the movie or the book that Dan Brown wrote called The Da Vinci Code, which became a television movie, or a movie, not a television movie, a major film that Tom Hanks starred in, was based on that ideology because of a few books. Okay, because of Mary Magdalene's actual book that she wrote, the Scrolls of Mary Magdalene, which was removed from the Bible at the Council of Nicaea. We have copies of it now, and people have read it. From the Holy Blood, Holy Grail, which was a book that came out in the 1960s, that they based on a book that came out in the 1940s that was based on historical books. Okay, and Mary and Her Knights and the Knights Templar, all those books Dan Brown read. I know that because I was researching those books at the time and found out he wrote that book. So that book was his research into history when they said, it's in the movie, that after Jesus was resurrected and left, Peter usurped the church away from Mary. She was supposed to run the church. So she left and went to the south of France, which had the next largest Jewish population on the planet at the time. She went there, and when she showed up there, she showed up with some kids, one of which was a girl, and her name was Sarah. And they said, who is this girl? And she said, oh, this is my servant. This is my servant, right? But Sarah, in the language at the time, meant princess, okay? That little girl who was Sarah, who was a slave girl, supposedly, a servant, grew up and married one of the kings, a prince of the south of France, and became queen of the south of France. That woman was able to heal people with her hands and talk to animals, and so was their children. So the movie that Dan Brown, the book that he wrote that became a movie, was, if all of this is true, and Jesus and Mary had children, and the people in the south of France today parade around a skull that they say is Mary's skull. They say Mary showed up there and taught the religion. So the book that became the movie is telling the what if story that you were asking about, King. I hope you're still here. Yeah. Of what if that's true? If that's true and they actually had children, there could be a descendant alive today.
Asking, could I be a
descendant?
And I said, possibly.
And we don't know who that is, but he said in the book, if that was true, then other things that are out there, including in France, where people are saying that these groups of people throughout history have been hiding the bloodline. Why? Because the Roman Catholic Church would have to find the bloodline and eradicate it. Because if I proved that I was the descendant of Jesus, I'm not saying that I was, but what I'm saying is, if you, king, if they tested your blood and found out that you went back to Mary, or you went back to Jesus, what would happen? What would happen is that the church in Rome would need you to be gone, because the people who would all these billions of Christians listen to, the Pope or you? Do you see? So the dilemma was, in Dan Brown's fiction, his dilemma was, if this is real, there would be people inside that church that would want those people gone. That means there would be people that would be trying to save them. And the entire book, the entire movie of the Da Vinci Code is about that bloodline and that possibility. So you should watch that if you haven't watched it. No evidence of Jesus. Yeah, that's that you actually don't know what you're talking about. There is actual empirical evidence from over 200 people that were not related to Jesus, were not his followers, and that were not just the Roman government. Okay? There's actual empirical proof, you need to do your homework, of Jesus. Not to mention the Shroud of Turin. Okay, not even to mention that. And if you're going to say, they proved that to be false and back in the 80s, you need to look at the new evidence. That there are 2 videos that I could link you that are on the air that are done by scientists today, that they've actually proved that actual Shroud of Turin was on Jesus and was created at that time. And there are things about that we could not even do it today, period. Okay, so you need to do a little bit more investigation and do some diligence instead of listening to people saying things online and parroting that. There is actual empirical proof. There is historical proof by many different people throughout history that didn't even know who Jesus was, that were standing there watching it going, I don't know what happened this day, and they jotted it down, and it's still in history. This man named Jesus was crucified on the cross, and it was hideous. He was beaten and all these things. Then there were people that heard about it and came to find out about it and talk to people, not just like a couple of Jewish people or the disciples, okay? Literal historical fact. You can look that up and find it, right? Is Mary equal to Jesus? Mary was always supposed to be equal to Jesus, because women and the feminine energy is supposed to be equal to men. The feminine energy, the Kunda buffer energy, and the Kundalini energy is the energy that we're supposed to be balancing. So the entire church, which many other, now if you guys are Christians, look around, because Luther left the church because he believed that women should be equal to men, and they started Lutheranism. So Lutheranism is another form of Christianity where women can be priests, because that's the way it was supposed to be under Jesus. And Luther, back in the day, a long time ago, said, we're not preaching the way that Jesus was preaching, and I have to leave. And then they started Lutheranism, okay? So look into the Christianity itself, and you'll see that there are more Christian churches who left the Roman Catholic Church because of Constantine's Council of Nicaea. You can look it up. The First and Second Council of Nicaea. And he changed the Bible, and many places around the world, most of the Christian religions walked away from the Roman Catholic Church. Okay, so you need to look into that, especially if you're Christian. Okay, the descendant of Zara brothers of Pharza, twin sons, Judah, are living, 23andMe, right? So if that's scary, if you like to look into the 23andMe and you find out some of that craziness, right? Is 1 Corinthians false? I would have to look at that to brush up on it and see exactly what it says, because I don't have a Bible in front of me right now. Otherwise, because I don't want to make a false assumption of what it's saying. Because it also it's determined by what version of the Bible are you reading it from, okay? Are you reading it from the King James Version, KJV? Are you reading it from the NIV? Are you reading it from, it depends on which version, because they change those. Over time, they've changed them. King James changed things, and there's people online that show you that, and they put the 2 Bibles together. It says women can't speak in church. Okay, so that's something that was created by people. That is wrong and it's false. That is something that was created by people, and they do that. Why? Because they don't want women to learn anything. So you can't speak, you can't ask anything. Draconian. Jack, right there. Jack Hema, draconian. It's unfortunate, but that's what they've gone on to do. Women were not allowed to, they had to move over in another section and couldn't talk because women, because of back then, they talk about it in Dan Brown's book and in the movie, because they published a book. The Roman Catholic Church published a book called The Witch's Hammer. You can look this up. And it was a book, that's what caused the Salem witch hunts. It was a book that was designed to show priests how to shut up free-thinking women. And if free-thinking women started talking in your village, you would accuse them of being a witch, and then you would do things to them and unalive them. I can't say that word on this communist platform, but you would do things to them and unalive them, and it would shut up everybody else, all the women, and keep them from learning, keep them from reading, keep them from writing, and keep them quiet so that they would be under control so that you could control the population easier, right? Can we trust anything Peter said? No, I would suggest that some of it, like, it depends on, like, the letters to the churches. If you remember Peter being in Patmos and writing the letters to the churches, not John, then you still have to believe that part, because the letters to the churches are actually a secret that's telling you the way of ascension. Okay, and those letters were kept into the Revelations. But some of you don't remember that because there was a timeline shift, and some of you think that John was in Patmos, because there was a time when Peter was in Patmos and he died there in prison, and then there was a time that Peter was, upside down on the cross and got executed, and that switches. So it depends on the timeline that you remember. St. John was done upside down, or St. Peter was done upside down, depending on the timeline that you came from. I understand that Peter was unfaithful and then claimed that he had the authority of Jesus. Yes, because here's the part that's going to freak you out, right? I think Peter was in love with Jesus, and most scholars do, most theologians do. He said things like, when he was talking about Mary, I hate her and her entire kind. So either he was racist or he hated women. He went on to say, but it's better to marry than to burn. Okay, so he didn't want to get married to a woman because he hated women. He was jealous of Mary. It looks like he might have been homosexual and he might have been in love with Jesus. And the first thing he did when he took control of the church is said, women cannot be clergy and nobody can get married. No one gets married because you're married to God. You're married to the church. And that's what started that. And that was Peter who did that. So that would look like, Reese, welcome. Sorry that I didn't say hi when Reese came in. I apologize for that.
Penny, and Pete, the Orion Coalition is here.
Reese, Penny, and Pete. Welcome, my brothers and sisters. Okay, so those things were changed early in the church to keep women out of the way, not allow women to have any say whatsoever. They could only be servants, and nobody could get married. So there's some things there, right? You keep glitching, so I have to keep jumping out and back. Yeah, that's not happening to me because my wife is over here. And she's watching me on another phone, at least one. She has me on two different monitors watching me, so that might be your latency. But sometimes weird things happen. I have noticed that when I start talking spirituality really hard, everybody in the audience starts having issue. Not everybody, but certain people in the audience, depending on where you are in the world, you start having issues with what I'm saying, and you have to refresh your screen because like I said, we monitor it. I do too when I'm live. I have another monitor up on my other phone, on another account, watching myself to make sure of that because strange things have happened and said that. So it is weird. I don't know if it's orchestrated, right? Reese, are you seeing me freezing or glitching or anything, brother? Peter, let me know. Reese is here in Australia with us. He's up north. Peter is in Ireland, and Penny is in America. So you guys let me know if I'm glitching in one of those countries to find out. But according to my wife, I'm not glitching over here, so I'm not sure. Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that. Ba-bing, right? Thank you for that. So yeah, if you follow me, I'll follow you back. So I will check out your content. Most certainly, I do that. Anybody that follows, especially if you're a content provider, we're trying to build our channels. So if you're somebody who's trying to help the people of this planet by giving them information, you follow us, we will follow you back, and we'll also look at your stuff, right?
G'day.
So Nut, you're in Australia. G'day. We're in
on the other side.
Yeah, you're on the other side. We're in New South Wales, so we're on the opposite end, right? So Bird is also in WA. Yeah, we're in, and I'm not glitching there. Thank you very much for that. So yeah, so over here in Australia, apparently we're not glitching for the people in Australia.
And we're in Australia too, just so you know.
Yeah, and we're in New South Wales, Australia. Right? Even yeah, she's over here. Did you hear her, guys? To you Aussies, you hear my wife, Aussie wife, and we're in Australia too. Don't ignore the American accent.
I'm the Australian one. Hey guys.
Oh, you're in Washington, nut. He's in WA, Washington, America. So when we saw WA, we thought that was one of the states over here. So WA, you're the state in America. I was born and raised in California. So who should you pray to? You should pray to God. You should pray to whatever word you use for that. Each religion tells you a different word, but it's still only one creator of the universe. Okay, so when I'm doing that, I'm praying to, you could pray to the Father, you could pray to the Creator, you can pray to Source, Energy, whatever you want to see that as. Just know that God's not a man with a beard in 3D wearing a toga. Okay, God's not physical, God's light. The Creator of the universe is light. Yeah, the Most High, nut, I like that. The Most High. So Tara, you got a glitch, right? What country are you in? Tara, what country are you in with the glitch? So it depends on, I think it depends on your guys' latency or your Wi-Fi because people in different countries are being okay.
No, it depends on what
right?
you're talking about.
So, but it depends on what I'm talking about, right? She's telling me that. If I start talking about the Creator and Jesus again, it starts getting glitchy, right?
Because we're talking about that, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So, yeah, pray to the God Jesus prayed to. Right, Adonai. That's the word that the Hebrews used when Moses said, who is it who shall I say sent me? I don't know your name. And he said, I am that I am, or the voice said, they said, I am that I am, tell them I am sent me. So the word Adonai means I am, or it means I am that I am, okay? So you could pray to Adonai because that's the I am, which you're actually, King, supposed to be realizing that you're part of. Right, because you're down here in 3D, and the Greek philosopher said, "I think, therefore I am." That's you being self-aware, and once you start your ascension, and moving back towards the Creator, you will realize that you're not just this pain body, you're not this physical body, that you're an immortal soul, you're an immortal spirit, and so when you get to that point, or Yahweh, right? Is Yahweh someone different? No, Yahweh is basically the same thing. Yahweh, if you look up what that word Yahweh means in the etymology of it, where it came from, you'll find that it's just a different language, okay? So like Yahweh, when you hear them talking that in Aramaic, they say Yahweh, and then we're saying Jesus, and people say his name wasn't even Jesus, right? So Yahweh is another word that means I am, okay? It means I am that I am. So it's just another word from another language that people don't realize is just another language. So there's the lost in translation thing. So when you look at Yahweh or Yahshua, and then we say Jesus, people go, Jesus is not even his real name. Jesus is a translation into English from the Greek word, that the Greek word, it came out and it's almost Jesus. It's actually Yeshua. So Joshua or Yahweh in the Aramaic, it was Yahweh when he was alive. So then when it comes down from the Aramaic and goes to Yiddish, then it's slightly different. And then when it gets to the Greek, their word for the same word, which actually is the word that we would know as Joshua in that word, but it's not the exact word Joshua. It's kind of like a combination of Joshua and Jonah, and it comes out Jesus in English after we translated it, okay? So if you look up the etymology of that word, you'll find that the etymology is just an ancient language that we didn't do, that when we translate it, it sounds different to us now because our word is translated from a Greek word or a Latin word that became a Greek word, or the other way around. Okay, and that's where we get that lost in translation thing. So people still hear the word like Adonai, and they don't know what that word means, right? So they hear the word and they say Adonai said, or Adonai. That just means I am, the I am, right? So we have to look. That's some of the stuff that people don't do, and those of us who are theologians, we're kind of required to do that. You need to learn what the words meant at the time so that you can do that, right? And in Irish, Jesus is Joshua. See, Yosha. So there you go. So just and Peter is Irish. Okay. So in the Irish language, the name Jesus is Yosha. Okay. And that word comes from Yahweh. It comes straight. So instead of translating through the Greek, The Irish translation is coming through from the Aramaic, probably Coptic, to get over there, right? I've seen people say Yahweh is the demiurge. Is that true? The demiurge is just another telling from an ancient society, like the archons, the demiurge. Those characters with those different names, people try to think or say that they're not the same. They are. The demiurge is the creator, okay? The archons were the archangels, and people don't realize that, okay? Archon means archangel. A GG means angel. Demiurge is the same thing. Look up the etymology of the word demiurge to see what it actually means. So it's just a language from, I think that one's Aramaic, but don't quote me. It could be Arabic, which comes from Sanskrit. So Arabic is just a dialect of Sanskrit. So is Aramaic. So is Yiddish, right? So is Hebrew. They're all just dialects that come from the base language. And so because of that, they say words differently. And the concepts, depending on when they were thought up in what language, that was explaining or trying to explain what the creator meant or what the ether is, or space, time. The ether is what the Greeks called space time. They called it ether, right? J is sometimes, I heard, right? J sound. Yeah. So sometimes it's Yahshua, sometimes it's Joshua. It just depends on what region. Just like with English, if you're in America, we say it different north, south, east, west, different words. And just like over here in Australia, they speak English. They speak it almost a foreign language compared to American English. And in England is almost a foreign language to the Australians and to the English or to the Americans, right? So our own language that we speak in Ireland, Peter's, you should hear his accent. So that happens regionally, and that changes the way people say things. Then you have people on the internet, and they look at that and they go, that's wrong because that's not true. It's like, it's not that it's not true. It's just you don't understand the evolution of the language, the way it was translated, pardon me, and from when to when. And when did we get it? If you get it in English, it could have gone from Aramaic to Coptic to Greek to Latin to you, or any of those combinations, right? It could have went to Hebrew, then to Latin, then to here, or Hebrew to Greek to here, right? So you have to realize that depending on how far it was away or how many times it was translated, the word's going to sound a little bit different. And that's what happens when you translate things, guys. So you have to realize that. So the same thing happens when they translate the Bibles from different languages. They sometimes the words, they're not sure what the word meant, because words, the further back you go, there are more concepts than they are today. Today, words are concepts, but we're used to them because we've learned the words. Like the word run. If you guys speak English, how many actually definitions for the word run are there in the dictionary? You should look it up. There's hundreds. We just say the word whenever we need it, and we all understand, we all understand what I meant. I'm going to go run a marathon, right? I'm going to go and run that car. Right? That doesn't mean that you're going to go and take the car and pick it up and do this with it. But if you're going to run a marathon, you're going to do this. Do you see? We know that those words, even though I say that exact same word, we realize that in the sentence that we're saying the word in, we realize what it meant. A lot of times people do that when they're trying to figure out languages and they don't understand that the word changes depending on the context in the language. And then they screw things up like Anunnaki. Okay? The word that word, the way it was translated by the actual scholars, is not a race of beings from outer space. Okay? You guys should look that up. So, going, run my mouth. What is that? King said, going, run my mouth. Oh, you got to go and run your mouth somewhere? Is that what you're saying? So, right? Bird said, for sure. No, true story. So when you look up if you don't understand when you're translating something, a language, you might misunderstand the context of a word and think the word means something that it doesn't. Okay? Zecharia Sitchin in 1948, when he was translating, trying to learn how to translate the Mesopotamian scrolls, he had no idea, didn't speak the language. He saw the word Anu and thought it meant the god Anu from the Greeks, the Arcadians. And so he said the god Anu came, skipped over the word Na completely, just a silent word. Anu came, okay? And that's what he went with, and he made up 6 books about it and made all kinds of money. Come forward in time to 2012, Giorgio Tsoukalos, with Prometheus, working for History Channel, Disney, They were saying that Anu came, the God came down to earth, and he was saying driving a spaceship and came down here. And he's quoting Zechariah Sitchin and everything that Zechariah Sitchin made up, okay? So then in 2015, again on a different episode, Giorgio Tsoukalos now says the word Anunnaki means those from the heavens came. Not the God Anu came, but those from the heavens came. So now it became an entire species. The people who actually translated the scrolls say that that was not talking about the God Anu, and it was not talking about that. It was Anunnaki, and that meant light energy, new angels came to earth, not spaceship flying, third dimensional people. Angels came to earth, okay? And it had nothing to do with looking for gold or enslaving the humans or creating the humans. Had nothing to do with that. Should we be spreading this information about Mary and Jesus? Yes, King, and that's actually one of the fastest growing informations that is being spread to the world currently, is that Mary was supposed to carry on the church. Women were supposed to be equal to men. Mary was married to Jesus and they had children. That's actually the fastest growing information on this earth that's being spread to the people. So yes, and you can see that everywhere, right? You see people are talking about that all over the internet, man. Because of Dan Brown bringing light to it back in the early 2000s, I was researching it at the time. I'm a theologian. I was researching it, not knowing Dan Brown wrote this book. I was reading all the books that Dan Brown based that on. The only reason I know that is because I saw an interview with him, and he said, these are the books that I based that what if story on, because according to these books and history, it may be true. But we don't know that for certain, because once Mary was over in the south of France, not too long after that, a couple hundred years later, right, the church that she created put out an edict to the world saying that church in Rome is evil, it's corrupted, and it's not teaching what Jesus was teaching, and they're wrong, and we're teaching what Jesus was teaching. So the Pope in Rome sent his knights over to the south of France, and they unalived 2 million people to shut them up. That's told about in Dan Brown's book. And you can look that up in history. It's true. You can look, if you're in France, you know that, especially if you're in the south of France, because it's taught there. Okay? So Mary went there with a girl named Sarah, which means princess. Okay? And that woman became a princess for real. And their children were able to heal people with their hands and talk to animals. And then that information was sequestered. And the only reason that we know about it is because 3 knights, there's where the story of the 3 knights protecting the Holy Grail, the 3 knights escaped from that. And Dan Brown talks about that they went inland to France, and supposedly, from what we're hearing in history, they went to a church called Rennes-le-Château. And the information that they had was hidden in that church. And then in 1948, there's that weird number again of 1948. In 1948, a priest who was working there as the priest was renovating the church because he didn't have enough money to hire people. And he accidentally knocked open a pillar. And in the pillar was this information that he ran to Rome and came back one of the richest people in France, because the Roman Empire, whatever information he gave him all kinds of money. And there's more to it than that. You'd have to look into that, okay? Dan Brown talks about that in the Da Vinci Code, and he wrote that into the movie. Okay, so you guys should watch that. So William says, what's a woman, right? Oh, Lord, yeah, what's a woman? Yeah, that's annoying, right? Over in America, they don't know what a woman is, because the progressives will tell you that a woman is a birthing person, because women are not supposed to be, because they have to tell you that men can also have children. Do you support Pride Month? Oh, yeah. That, you know what? You can do whatever you want sexually. I don't care what you do. That's not my religion, right? So you can support whatever it is that you feel like you need to support, right? And it doesn't matter whether I support it or not. You, be the best that you are, be the most important person in the world, right? Luckily, I'm from New Zealand. Way to go, William. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that. So, but yeah, you can be whoever you want to be, right? I don't understand why it's so important that those people have to push that in front of everybody. You be you, man. I don't care. Don't care who you are. Don't care what you're doing. I'm not indoctrinated by those false religions to tell you that God says that I have to hate on you if you want to be who you want to be, right? That's being sold to you so that you will do that stuff, right? So is the plan to bring done the Catholic Church? No, that we're not, no one should, what the plan is to actually bring light to the messages. My plan is to bring light to the messages of every single spiritual practice on the earth, because they're all the same. Okay, even the Catholic Church, even though they were corrupted in the year 329 and changed, all of the good information is still in that Bible. You can find it there. But you just have to look for the parts in the Bible that says, let him who hath understanding, let him who has the ears to hear, let him who have the eyes to see, let him who has the mind or the wisdom to know. Those passages mean more than the mundane words that come after that. Okay? So everything is still there. So how do you know if we're living in 4D or 5D? We're in 3D right now, moving into 4D. How you can know where you are in your development is if depending on where your thought process is in your life. Okay, so if you are locked into just 3D and you're self-serving and you're all about money, power, fame, clicks, likes, that's third dimension. Okay, and that's full on third dimension. If your consciousness is expanding and you're starting to look around at the world, and you're starting to see, wait a minute, I think these people might be not telling us the truth about stuff. And the legacy news media seems to be two wings of the same bird, and that they just all seem to be lying to us about what's going on. If you're doing that and you're starting to realize those things, you're starting to move into 4D, because you're getting to the point where you're starting to see through that veil that they've been keeping on you, and you're starting to expand your consciousness, and you're starting to wake up and illuminate your mind and open your third eye. Once you get to the point where you say, I am not this pain body, I am not the thinking mind, I am not the ego, I'm not the conscience, I am Adonai, I am an immortal soul. This is an avatar. If you think like that today and you know that to be true, you're actually already starting to live in 4D. Okay? You're already moving into 4D. All right? And what's going to change here when you see this change completely into 4D is all of the power that they have, all of the control that they have is going to be like this. That doesn't mean that the church is going to go away, right? There are parts in prophecy that say that they're diminishing the church. That's not what needs to happen. What needs to happen is that the churches need to go back to teaching spirituality instead of religion. Okay? That's what needs to happen. I realized that they were lying to me and I got kicked out of church for asking about Mary. There you go, King. There you go. Okay? That was a good thing for it to have happen to you, because you asked about Mary and they were like, you need to leave. Why would they be afraid of that knowledge, right? Why would they be afraid? Blasphemy, right? Did they start yelling stuff at you like that? That's just like that guy in that movie that they have. You see the quote on TikTok all the time, or on all the platforms, and it actually came from a movie with Nicolas Cage, where this knight stand there and he goes, I just got kicked out of a church because I said fuck Satan, right? I thought we hated that motherfucker, right? That was a great scene in that movie, right? Because he said that. I know that maybe that cuss word will get the communists a little annoyed, but
no, that was just my instinct reaction.
Because I was cussing. I did that when I accidentally did that when the kids were here, and they're not here right now. And I actually cussed. I didn't say the F word though. I said like shit or something. And I was like, cool, stuff. And they all looked at me, and I'm sitting next to the girl, and Sage looks at me and corrects me like her mom does. Stuff. That was cute. Okay. So 3D is all scripted and all a lie. Agreed, my friend. 3D is scripted by these people. The news media, the legacy news media, is scripted. That is them distracting you and keeping you here and keeping your attention. So what if the real church is the bloodline of Mary Magdalene? I would like to think so, but I don't want that to happen. I don't want it wouldn't be a church. If Mary was actually, if her bloodline was teaching today, they would be teaching you the same way.
If I was Mary, I would not be putting a church. It would be a way of life.
Did you hear, Brooke? If I was Mary, it would not be a church. It would be a way of life. Jesus wasn't trying to teach you a church. That's why he taught at the Sermon on the Mount. Read the Sermon on the Mount. The Sermon on the Mount was him teaching you that you don't need to be in a church. You don't need to go in their box. God hears you wherever you are. It was supposed to be teaching you that, okay? I believe all these prophets that Jesus told is everything that said has come to live about. I'm not sure. Looks like you were speaking with an Irish accent, like Peter does, right? Right. Too true, Brooke. Seahorse said. Too true. So, but what's happened is those things, right? The truth, the way, and life. Yeah, the truth is the way, or the way is the truth. Okay, and that is the truth in life. Okay, so you need to realize that. He said he would build his church. What if that was his kids? Well, what he was talking about when he said that, when he was talking about he was also talking about the temple. He wasn't talking about the church. He was talking about the temple. Okay, and the temple that he was building is the temple within us. When he said, "I will raise the temple to the ground, and in 3 days rise it up again." Okay, raising something to the ground meant destroying something, right? Back then, when you raise a church, that meant you're going to crash it or burn it. Back then, all the way up until 100 years ago, even in English, to raise something was to raise it to the ground. It didn't mean up. Rise up meant rise up. Raise it meant to lower it. So when he said he was going to raise the church, he wasn't saying he was going to build the church. That's a wrong translation when he said temple. And then they translated it to the modern day into the word church. And he was talking about the temple. You are the temple. When he said, I will destroy the temple and then I will raise it back up again, all the Hebrews in the Sanhedrin thought he was going to destroy their synagogue. And that's not what he was talking about. He was talking about himself. He was talking about his crucifixion and his death and resurrection. And he was doing that to prove to you that he was the Son of the Creator. Okay? So he was saying, the church that I am building is within you. And he was saying temple. They have changed those words to the word church because they're trying to sell you on the church. Come to the church and we'll show you. So they've everywhere where he said temple, they've now translated it on the new international version to the word church. Okay? Because they're teaching you to go to church. And he didn't ever say church. He said you don't need to go to their place, to their synagogue. So he was saying temple. And they've translated the word from temple to the word church now because they're teaching you to go to church. He was saying temple, and the temple was you. It wasn't the synagogue. He was saying, when he talked about himself, he was talking about the temple within. You're a temple. You're supposed to treat yourself as if you're a temple. You are sacred, and you are supposed to balance your temple, and that's how you can get to heaven. And they changed those words to the word church because they're telling you to go to church. Okay? That's why the song, you should listen to the song, Take Me to Church. You should listen to that song and listen to the words of that song. That person knew about that. Maybe Mary is the temple and they destroyed it and now it's being rebuilt. Well, in a sense, yes, because they tried to hide her and destroy her reputation and make her nothing, right? And now it's rising again. So in a very spiritual sense and metaphorical sense, they raised her to the ground and now she's rising up again. You're absolutely right. From a spiritual standpoint, King, you're 100% accurate. That's what's happening. Okay? They tried to destroy Mary to the ground and run her into the dirt and make the world forget about her. And now she's rising up now. And the information of who she was and what was going on is actually there. There's my wife having to type in code because the algorithm that is TikTok won't let her spell those words out regularly for you and have you see them.
Follow what Brooke says in the pin post, please.
Okay. So do what Brooke says. There's share it out. Follow us and smash those hearts for us so we get some more people in here. Okay, so keep asking questions. King, I love that you're engaging and asking questions. Guys, what you guys want to learn, teach it, or I'll teach it, I'll type it, and we'll talk about it, okay? So you have to realize that they made edits, whether people like to know it or not just with language, but they changed things. Here's another one. Let me give you another example, okay? And here's one that has one of those highlights I talked about before. Let him who hath understanding, I talked about this yesterday. Let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast. Okay, so I'm going to say it the way you know it today. Then I'm going to say it the way it was actually translated before it was translated. Even King James had it the second way I'm going to tell you. And now in the new international version, it's different. Let him who has understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is a human number, and its number is 666. Okay, so you think that the number 666 is the devil. You think that number 666 is the satanic one because they took it and added it to Satanism, which is a fake religion that they just said, Hebrew, Christianity, and paganism, we're the opposite. And they made their religion be those three because those were the biggest three at the time. And they said, we're the opposite of that. Okay, so you know that saying from that Christian Bible exactly the way I said it to you, almost word for word, unless you're reading a little bit older version, and then it's, let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is a number of man, it is 666. Okay, again, that means 666. The actual translation, it doesn't mean that's the devil, that's the beast. The actual translation is, let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is the number of man. And its number is 666. The number of man, not a human number, not a number of humans, but the number. Why is that? Because you're a carbon-based unit. Okay? And in the building blocks of the universe, this third dimensional construct is made of 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, and 6 protons. 666. Okay? That was actually a spiritual thing telling you you're made up of stardust. You're made up of 6 electrons, 6 protons, 6 neutrons. You, me, this place is the beast. Third dimensionality is the beast, not some guy named Satan. Okay, and that is a wrongful translation, and they were teaching you that then. Let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast. And that meant that those who were learned would realize that we're made up of 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, 6 protons. Onyx, thank you for that.
They're also trying to keep you away from the real spiritual
They're trying to keep you away from the real spiritual message, which was courage, balance, and love. Okay, so they're trying to pull you into, well, it's a number of humans, and it's 666, and it's the devil, the one that is anything that we tell you that it is. That's what the church was teaching you. Okay, that was supposed to teach you that the beast was us. We are the beast, okay?
A secret letter from Mary?
People must
Mother Mary.
Understood that there's a secret letter from Mary that
Mother Mary.
From Mother Mary that hasn't been opened. I don't know about that. It's possible, but I don't know about that. Okay. Anything people are saying a whole bunch of stuff in the world. Secret letter. That's just like the gnosis. There's a religion starting now called Gnosis, and they're claiming that Jesus told the whole world one story and then secretly turned to John and James and said, all of that was bullshit. I was lying. Here's the truth. And the information that they're saying that Jesus told them in secret is the Nag Hammadi. It's the Dead Sea Scrolls, which was just edited out of the Bible. So they're lying and claiming that they got this information from Jesus and that he was telling all of you this one thing and it was different. And this is the real information. Thank you, Marcella. But it's not what he was teaching. He was teaching the way to get to heaven. It was a spiritual way, not a religion. And it was a way of you living your life. If you are self-serving, a narcissist, and you only love yourself, you will not get to ascend to heaven. Okay, you will ascend to a different place. And this is what Brooke was wanting me to explain to you, the differences of dimensionality. Okay, you're in third dimension. That's this physical place. That's dimension. That's who this body is right here. Okay, the soul, the spirit that is in this body talking to you, does not reside inside this body. It's looking through this body like an avatar, like putting on goggles with those virtual goggles. Okay. It's not here. You're doing the same. You're not in this body. You just think that you are. You think that you are. You're not in third dimension. You're in third density. Density is a place where your spiritual plane, the spiritual plane where your light body is occupying. Okay? So there are more than one D to 3D, right? There's 2 Ds to third dimension. Dimensionality is physical plane. Okay? Spirituality is non-physical plane. It is a spiritual plane. That's a density. Okay. How do I get to 4D? Well, King, you're on your way. You're already asking questions. Asking questions is the way to do that, right? Samael is the archangel. He is Lucifer.
Pete said And Lucifer was one of the most beautiful angels that fell from the sky, and I went, he was a commander of Atlantis.
Right? Okay, so Brooke is just answering Peter. Peter, thank you for the things. So thank you for that. Did you guys see that? That sound that just happened was we hit our goal, our gift goal for the day. And now we need some donuts, right? So, okay, so how do we get to 4D? Let me get on to that and stop being distracted by Peter and my wife playing in the chat. Right? So how do we get to 4D? You start questioning everything, my friend. That's your way of breaking their control over you with that gaslight, that Jedi mind trick that they're orchestrating for you to keep you distracted so that you don't find your way, okay? The way that Jesus was teaching and everybody else was to look within yourself. That's making the temple, okay? Look within yourself. Read these dusty old tomes, but realize that you have to pay attention to what's being said there, to look for those things that are hidden, that are being said to you, right? Ask questions of everything and look to yourself and learn, what am I? Am I in service to self or am I in service to others? Okay, if you're in service to others, it's easier to ascend from this place than if you're in service to self. Okay, thank you, Peter, for that. Thank you for the and Mr. Nice Guy, thank you for the donuts. Now people are popping some donuts. Thank you guys for those. I love you guys for doing that. I love you guys for doing that. Okay, so you start questioning everything, and that will start breaking the conditioning that they have and the control they have over you in this matrix. Okay, when you start questioning everything, you start thinking for yourself, because now you're thinking about questions and you're trying to research them. That will actually cause your vibration, even it doesn't matter if you're religious or spiritual at all, just by asking questions will create your vibration to start vibrating at a higher level. Thank you, you guys, for those donuts. I love you guys to death. Thank you very much for those. Love you for those. And we just achieved that donut goal. I love every one of you that just did that. Thank you very much for doing that. So I love you guys a lot. So questioning everything raises your vibration. And as you raise your vibration, you start getting downloads from the actual universe itself. Okay. And those downloads will give you an unlock in you abilities and knowledge that you actually gain from the universe itself. True enlightenment is universal. It's not something that I've made up. It's not something that anyone makes up. We all unlock the same knowledge. Okay? So if we're all unlocking the same knowledge, we humans are either all crazy in exactly the same way, or we're actually getting knowledge from the Creator in our brains. Okay? We're unlocking that. So as you start questioning for yourself and you don't believe all the hype, okay, that's going to stop them from being able to control you, and you're going to be able to look at them and when they say something go, yeah, no, I don't think that's true. And you can move on because now you're thinking for yourself. That's the most important thing. Think for yourself. Ask your own questions. If you have to, hide it from those people. If they're controlling you and you know that they're like your boss is, you can't talk about that. Okay. Give them what they need. That was the whole thing when they asked him, should we pay taxes to Rome? And he said, whose image is on that coin? And they said, Caesar. That's Caesar's coin. Give it to him. Okay. So what they were saying is, do what you need to do. Your job is not who you are. Your job is what you do. So we need money here right now to pay for things. So we have to do that. Okay, that doesn't mean that's who we are. That doesn't mean we have to agree with it and we have to think about it, because your focus determines your reality. So as long as you focus on waking up the third eye, it will start happening. Focus on, I want to get back to the Creator. How do I do that? You're asking the right questions now. So what do I need to do? Then you look for that around the world, okay? You look for how to get out of here. Who was teaching the way? What was this way? Taoism is Tao. The Tao Te Ching is the way, okay? So Taoism is teaching you the way. Buddhism is teaching you the way. Jesus was teaching you the way. Apparently Moses was teaching you the way. So was Marduk in the ancient Mesopotamian. So was Thor. So if you look around, you'll see that Shiva was teaching you the way. All of the ways were every single religion that's here, but it became a religion. When it was a spiritual practice, it was the way. And then they changed it. Even the Japanese have a form of the way. Now, we're not talking about samurai, because samurai was a warrior code. But if you look at it, they had Mitsubishi. They had this way. I teach this, okay, because I'm a Reiki master. They had this Mitsubishi. You guys know that car, Mitsubishi? right? There's 3 diamonds on their emblem. Mitsubishi in Japanese, in English, means 3 diamonds. And they had the idea of the chakras and the balance between the feminine and the masculine being third dimension, feminine being love and caring, nurturing, which is your upper 3 chakras, and the masculine energy is the bottom 3 chakras, and the heart, where your yin and yang is, right? And your heart chakra is what rules them both. Okay, so if you polish those 3 diamonds, the heart chakra, the upper register, and the lower register, and you balance that out, that doesn't mean, I'm a man who's trans or gay, or that's not what that means. I'm a woman who's butch. It doesn't mean that. It's not sexuality. It's actually balancing that which in you is the ego and the conscience. Okay, the ego is telling you to be evil and steal things and lie and cheat. And the conscience is saying, no, don't do those things. Well, you can't be the conscious the whole time, and you can't be the ego the whole time. But if you get this balance between light and dark, balance between masculine and feminine, balance between love and hate, balance between war. You can go to war when you need it, but you don't want it because you're at peace. That's the balance. Okay, you balance that. They knew that if you balance that, then you would ascend to heaven. So that was the 3 diamonds. That's the same as the 7 chakras. Okay? It's the same thing. It's the upper and lower register, the physicality balanced with the spirituality, and this place will allow you to ascend. That's how you moved into 4D. When you realize that I am an immortal soul. I'm not this place. This is an illusion that's supposed to be training me. This is for me to learn from so that I can move up. That's when you're moving into 4D. Okay, and this entire societal structure that we're in right now is currently moving into that range of starting to perceive 4th dimension, okay, and 4th density at the same time. And if things keep going the way they're going, which the progressives on the planet, these evil people who think they own this place, don't want to see happen, if it goes the way it's supposed to go, we will move this societal structure by 2050, if not by 2033. We'll move it into that place of the feminine, the age of Aquarius, instead of Mars, the god of war, to the Venus, the god of love. We will balance this place back out, and people will then change the face of the earth, because you will all start to realize that your focus determines your reality, and the collective focus, the collective consciousness of this earth is what makes earth. So the new heaven and the new earth will be created by us, because we will be living in it. Because if we all at the exact same time right now said no one needs money, we wouldn't need money. No one can starve. No one is without food. They will just have it. Because we make it so. And when you see that happen, when enough people in a societal structure tell the government no, the government sits down. But they don't at first until there's more than 51% of the population. Then they can't stop it, and they have to say, okay, all right? But it takes us waking people up, because you can't force anyone to believe anything. You have to wake everybody up, right? So we can't force anybody to wake up too. So all this stuff that's going on in the world is an act to scare people, yes, to control us. If you look back in history, true history, no joke, you can look it up in history books, okay? If you look back in history at World War I was started because one king, who was a cousin to another prince, tried to assassinate him, and it started a war over who was going to control the earth that continued 20 years later after the First World War. It started up again. And that had nothing to do with anything besides lowering the population, keeping control of the population, getting people to hate one another and fear one another.
When did Santa get political? I thought Santa was spiritual.
Who said that? When did somebody just say that?
So when does Santa get political?
When does Santa become? I'm not political. It's not my religion. I'm just telling you that those people who are political, that's the true religion of evil. Okay? I'm not about politics. That's not my religion. What I'm about is waking you up to the realization that politics is a right wing and a left wing of the same bird, and they're being controlled by people behind them. Okay? You're being controlled them. Is your name Santa? I am Santa Claus. Look at me. Ho, 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 I'm on vacation. Christmas is over. Santa's taking time off. I am Santa Claus. No, my name is Kelto, but Santa Claus I am Santa Claus. When you look at Santa Claus next time, look at this face. My beard will be a little bit longer by December, right? And then see me, and you're going to see Santa Claus, and you're going to see people trying to be me. But the pictures that they draw of Santa Claus are this face right here, this man. Ho, ho, ho! Merry Christmas!
Do the nose thing.
Ho, ho! I am Santa Claus. Okay? I was Santa Claus, and I will be Santa Claus again. Okay? So that whole idea of Santa Claus and where they got the idea from, this face right here. This is me. Put the red hat on. Come back around Christmas. You'll see me wearing a red hat. You'll see my beard longer, and you'll see me, and you'll realize I am that, right?
That's why people keep saying.
Steve said, "You just gotta follow. You just gotta follow, right?" So yeah, that's what But everybody says that. I was on somebody's live. Thank you, Steve. I was on a live with a bunch of people one day, and we were just kind of hanging out and talking. And one of the guys on the live said, Leonard, I for some reason I just get that you were Santa Claus in a past life. And I looked at him and said, I am Santa Claus. I've actually been Santa Claus. There's pictures of me walking around with the Santa Claus outfit on. I've done it for a very long time. My uncle did it before me, right? So we're free. We don't need to be saved. You were already saved from birth. You were free from birth because you, my friend, are actually an angel. You just don't remember it.
If you're waiting for someone else to save you, then...
And even Jesus said that. Jesus said, don't wait for somebody to save you. The Savior that you're looking for is within you, okay? You're already saved. You just have to realize that you are. That's it.
Can we explain how the Dracos, they're not all evil because there's good and evil in everything? People think Draconian is like the evil side.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. My wife's asking me to because people are using the Draconian as a catch-all phrase for evil. And you have to realize now we're going to go to 3D. It's going to scare some of you, maybe. We're going to start talking about aliens, right? They aren't all evil, thank you, right? Yes, they're not. People in 3D are people in 3D.
Oh, they can hear me.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, they can hear you. It doesn't matter what race you are. The people that are 3D are either in service to self or in service to other. On this planet, the dichotomy is 86% of the souls on this earth are in service to others. 14% of the souls are in service to self. So we actually have a pretty good, we actually have it less crazy than you think it is. 1%, though, learned how to control this matrix, and that's the ones that are doing this to us, okay?
All right, explain it this way, because we've said we're the Orion Coalition of Light. Explain that there are the Orion Crusaders.
Right. Okay. So I don't know if we said that today. Oh, Brick did in the thing, right? So those of us, not all of you out there. Let's say, okay, let's tell you this. Let me go back to the beginning again. In third dimensionality is this place, this kind of place where you get mind wiped by the Creator. You don't know that you're part of the Creator, and you're in a school, and they love to tell you, don't let them tell you it's a school, they're lying to you. Those people are lying to you because they don't want you to think about things as a school that you can graduate from. They want you to think you're in prison because that's what they need you to believe, because your focus determines your reality. So you're in a place that is for baby souls. When you first are self-aware as a soul, you go to a third dimensional planet. On this earth, it takes between 7 and 10 lifetimes for you to learn what you're supposed to learn, to then unlock that veil, realize that you're in an easily escapable escape room that you constructed for yourself, and then you just leave when you're ready to go. Okay? So evil people found that out and realized, because other evil people came here, and they told the people that are here, when they got here, this is how you stop people from leaving, okay? So when those of us, because you got stuck, because they learned that information, and I'll tell you more about the people who gave the information to the 1% down here, okay, in a minute. You're stuck because of those people giving the information to the people down here. You're more stuck than normal. And because of that, when a societal structure gets stuck and can't graduate, what happens is your immortal soul, your higher self, calls out for help. Okay? People from a higher plane of existence, souls, light beings, hear this call and they come down to help. But you can't just come down and appear to people who are completely asleep as light beings, because they'll think you're a burning bush and they'll think you're God. Okay, so you can't do that because they're not awake enough to understand or truly understand what's happening. So people who come down for the call, they come down and get born into a life just like anyone else. But that means that they're going to be sacrificing the knowledge that they already know because they're going to be mind wiped as well. And they have to wake up and remember who they are. Okay. The reason that happened was there is this group of people. This is what I'm going to tell you about the temporal war. You can look that up. People think temporal, so they think that means the war is throughout time, past, present, and future. It is. But it's also dimensionality and density, left to right, not just back and forth, front and back. It's also side by side, different layers of existence, third dimension, fourth dimension, and fifth dimension. Okay, so you have the density and the dimension, past and present and future, all happening at the same time. Higher beings who actually know this are occupying physical bodies, fighting a war on your behalf. That's the control. That's the fight between good and evil, the God and the devil that are going on. That's much bigger than you think it is. It's not a guy sitting on playing chess on a mountaintop in third dimension. Okay, so the negative people got the information. They were in the Orion Nebula, in the belt of Orion, and they were invading in that area. And we kicked the crap out of them out of that area, and they ran, and they ended up in this area of this Milky Way galaxy. Okay, they called themselves, when they were there, the Orion Crusaders. You know them now as the Anunnaki, okay, which is a fake word that was made up in 1948. But the catch-all phrase will work, okay? They were the Orion Crusaders, and they literally try to conquer planets and rape the planets of their resources, natural resources. Okay, where you can find this information is there was a group called the LL Research Group in 1981, between 1981 and 1984. They wrote 6 books. They were channeling, trying to make contact with anybody in the universe, and they made contact with a hive mind species, an entire collective thinking as one, who called themselves Ra. And they said, wait, we have a Ra here on Earth. In Egypt, are you that Ra? And Ra said, yes, we are Ra. We walked your planet. We built your pyramids. So they channeled 106 sessions over the course of 3 years, 4 years, talking about it. And I actually did a podcast about it and covered it. It took me, I did 2.5 years twice covering that entire thing, interpreting it for you. It's on my podcast, which is called Orion Rising. You can look on there. Some of us who came from that area, from the belt of Orion, followed these people, these marauders who were going in island jumping from solar system to solar system, and followed them here. When they got here, they took over 23 solar systems in this part of the Milky Way galaxy. Because of that, you guys might have heard of the Galactic Council. Because of that, a Galactic Council was formed of higher beings, and we put quarantines around the solar systems that were attacked by those people. Those people have left, but the damage that they did to every single one of these third dimensional solar systems is that the people got stuck and don't know what they're doing. They don't know that they're stuck, but they know they're stuck, and you're like, you guys are tired and you've been here a long time. So some of us came. So does this, the term ninth flame of Orion mean anything to you? Yes, you should. Yes. What does it mean to you? Yes. So you need to realize that some of us came from Orion. A lot of us did. And the people in this audience, myself, my wife, Brooke, Peter, who's here, Reese, who was here, and Penny, I don't know if they're all still here, they came with us from Orion and came here. We are part of the Orion Coalition of Light. That's the boots on the ground down here in physical form, in bodies. And we're attached to the Orion Council of Light. Some of you might have heard of that. It's attached to the Galactic Council that is in the Council of Venus, okay? And we came here, and some of us volunteered to come down here. Some of you listening to this right now belong to either that council or other members of other councils, okay? And you guys came down here as well to help this planet, but you had to get inserted into a body and get mind wiped, and you're stuck here with all the rest of us. Okay, and you're supposed to wake up, right? My son Orion, I love that. Do you think that that's significant? He's 22 now. He's very special.
The reason why you called him
So
that.
the reason that you called him that, you should ask yourself, why did you call him Orion, right? So you should ask him that, right? Roll call, Reese says. Thank you, Reese. Penny, roll call. Penny, Reese and Penny and Peter just popped up and showed you that they're still in the audience. We all came here together with many more of us. There's 28 of us who came down here that we would call the command crew, right? 28, but there's more of us. There's like 40 of us, 42 or 48. I would have to ask Peter or Reese to do the math for me because those guys are good at that. They're both like really wise when it comes to that. That came down boots on the ground that came here.
He's a liar and sovereign, but the channel of Palladian Council.
There you go. Okay, there you go. There's another one of you that knows where they're from. I'm getting goosies, bro. Goosies. So you know.
What do they call their coalition?
So the I'm a liar and sovereign. So what do you guys, the Palladian Council, what do you guys call yourself down here? Do you know any of the other people that are with you down here? Do you guys have a coalition on the earth that you're actually aware of one another? Let me know about that. So there you go. So he's part of the Palladian Council. So if you guys are out there and you're thinking you might be, if you think this place, I don't think this place is my home, and there's somewhere else that I'm supposed to be, and I just know it, right? In California, yes. Okay, I'm from California. I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I was just living in the Sacramento area in Carmichael for the last 8 years before I came here to Australia. Yeah, we need to talk, bro. we need to network down here because we're trying to do that with all the councils. That's why we were asking about that. We're trying to network with all the councils so that we can make sure that everybody is trying to wake everybody up, to get the lions to wake up so that we can lions to wake up so that we can get people that, right? Nut says, I believe that 100%. So if you, here's a Syrian, there you go. There's a Syrian right there. I'm sure I'm Syrian. So those of you who think that you are, I'm getting chills from that one too. Okay, so those of you who think that this place isn't your home and you know there's somewhere else, you're veiled. You came here to help. You're one of them, and you probably belong to a council. Brooke's getting really excited.
I'm getting pom-poms over here.
She's getting pom-poms.
Everybody.
Yeah, she's getting pom-poms, right? So Hollow Spy says, I'm a lion. There you go, okay? So you know, some of you know that you're from somewhere else, but you don't remember what you're here to do.
We're calling him out.
It's your time. We're waking you guys up. It's your time to remember that you came from somewhere else. You're not crazy. The beacon is lit. Right? Did you guys read the whatchamacallit, Lord of the Rings? The beacon of Minas Tirith is lit. Okay? So you guys are supposed to be waking up. It's time. People like me, I am a beacon, and I am supposed to be waking up the lions. You guys who are knowing that there's something wrong, you know it. And you're just waiting for somebody to trigger you because you know this isn't where your home is. You know that somewhere out there in the stars is where you're from, and you know that you came here, but you don't remember why because you're not completely awake enough yet. It is your time, okay? Yeah. Your time, right? There's one that says, I am the bridge. It is your time to remember who you are and to wake up because it is the time for us to be doing this and to work on that, right? Listen to Santa, guys.
Ask everyone if they're comfortable with doing like a weekly Zoom thing, like all of.
Yeah, we were doing this before. Brooke is asking, and if you guys are interested, we were doing a weekly Zoom call where anybody could come in so that we could actually talk about. So, who are you guys? Do you know who you are? And trust me, look at my eyes. Let me take my glasses off so you can see them without a glare. I am not the deep state. I am not trying to get information about you. I am here to defeat these people. We are here to defeat these people. We are here to wake up everybody so that we can change the face of the earth, because those of you who came here, you wrote a contract to come down here and you don't get to leave and go home until the job is done. Okay, so we need to get the job done so that we can go on a vacation and go back to what we were doing before, or go to another planet and do the same thing all over again. Okay? So thank you for those of you who are following us. So whoever you are out there, if you're feeling that, you look around, you're going, this isn't my home. I feel like you can look up when some people say, where did I come from? How do I know? Right? So this is one of the reasons why we're trying to get enough people. We're trying to talk to people, but we have to get off of these platforms to talk. Okay, off the Zoom might be recording the stuff as well, but the social ones, somebody could just pop in here and go blink and do like that guy did and say that I'm hate speech because he doesn't agree with my spirituality. Okay, and there's certain words you can't say on these platforms because the algorithm will go after you. So what we were doing was we were doing a Zoom call where people could come in and talk about spirituality. If you guys are interested, follow us, inbox us, and say that you are interested, and we'll pick a day and we'll pick a time because we're in Australia and we're in a different time and you guys are different places around the world. And then we can get together, we can meet, we can talk. Because if you guys actually know one another and you're working towards things, we want to know about that because we know each other and we're working towards things. We're trying to wake people up. We want to make sure that there's more voices that are doing what we're doing. Okay. So I'll do anything that I can do to help you guys to understand if you guys need to, well, we want to go live and we want to do this, but we don't know how to do this and that. I've been doing this and producing since like 2012. Okay. I've been talking on air. I've been producing webinars. I've been running my own podcast. I can give you guys tips and help you guys as to what you're looking for and what you do. And of course, I'm sure you've learned the language that you can and can't say on these platforms. Okay. So if you guys just want to have an adult conversation and people think you're cuckoo because of the things that you know, we teach these abilities. We teach to wake you up. This is what we do, right? Penny says, I'm game, right? Well, Penny, Penny I'm sure would love to do that, right? I'm on the same mission. It just feels like I'm very veiled. Well, see, then we can help you with that. Okay, this is what we're here to do. We're here to help you guys to do that stuff. Okay?
Wake up
So,
time.
yeah, you see what Brooke's putting in there. Wake up time, right? She has to write it that way because the algorithm sees it as some sort of thing that they don't like, and she can't even post it and pin it because of the words that she's using. So she says it like that so that you guys can read it and figure it out, right? Not a lot of us at this point. No, there's more of us than you think. That's my point. If you look at the population of the earth in 1981, the total humans, the total souls on this earth were 2.5 billion. Today, there is literally almost 8 billion souls on this earth. Okay, so hold on. I got to drink the rest of my coffee because my wife's going to make another cup.
Keep waking up, everybody. I'm so excited.
So I was in a show. Penny was there. I was on a psychic was doing a read. I think Penny was there that day. I had a psychic doing a read on me, and she was trying to read me, and she said, "Your brain works like a computer. How is that?" She's like, "You're unveiled." And I was like, "Yes, I am." She's like, "That's crazy. How's that?" And then she says, "Wait a minute. You're not even from here." She says, "You're not from here. Is that what is that about?" And she's kind of tripping on it, right? And there was somebody else in the audience, Peter, not the Peter that's in here now, and he said, "No, we're not from here. We're from a different place." And she said, "Wait a minute." So she's asking her guides and my guides for clarification. And she goes, "Okay, now I'm getting a crazy message." And I said, "What's that?" And she said, "They're telling me that you do realize that 86% of the population of your earth is not from this earth, right?" Right, Penny? You remember that. You were there, right? And she was like, "Wait, so 86% of the earth isn't actually from the earth?" And I was like, "No. The souls that are on this earth, most of them volunteered to be here. They just don't know about it." So there's more of us here who came here to have this experience. And then of that group, everybody that came here to have the experience. But of the group that's still here now, most of the people, billions of us, came here to help. Flying down here and went boom right into went in and had drew up a life and went in and got inserted at conception, got mind wiped, and didn't wake up. Okay? And didn't wake up. And most of us, don't wake up fully in every lifetime. And then there's a lifetime when you're supposed to. Everybody's been undercover because they look for us historically and they unalive us to have us recycle over and over before we wake up. They can't do that anymore, right? Penny says, "I remember the falling." Laugh out loud.
They need to understand
Okay.
This is the first time
So-
why I'm getting excited, because this is the first time we've been able to come, getting emotional now, to come out
we're actually going to win this, guys, and we're so happy that everyone's waking up and coming out. We are free. I am so beyond excited right now.
Yeah, Brooke is getting emotional now, guys, because she's so excited. Yes, they use trauma, they cause trauma, and they use trauma to keep you in low vibration. Okay, they do that, and they do that to, thank you very much. Who just gave me that? I love you for that. Whoever gave me that, I didn't get to see who that was. That was the what is that, the Wolverine, right? The Stoic Wolverine. Love the name. Thank you for that, brother. So they use these traumas in any way, including unaliving you. And they can't do it anymore because there's too many of us here. And we brought a team that is up there that is protecting us. Okay, so the first thing we did was we put a quarantine around this solar system so that people can't just come here and do this anymore. So there's people up there fending that off. And everyone that's down here, now the insane asylum is being run by the inmates. Okay, so the 1%, the 14% are in service to self. 1% of them think they own this place. That 1%, all of those families and oligarchs and all of those political leaders all around the world are all related to each other, and they think they own this place, and they don't. And we came here to take it back and give it back to the nature, to the natural world, nature the way it's supposed to. Okay, so yes, there is a quarantine. I know a lot of people don't know that. So you guys think that there's spaceships out there with aliens that are running around that are part of the deep state. It's us, okay? We're doing that, okay? We have quarantined this place so no other third dimensional aliens can come down here. So when you see UFOs in the sky, that is either you seeing one of ours that's uncloaked, but most of the time it's ones that the people here that are on the earth actually own, that they're not telling you about. They have a technology down here that you guys don't realize they already have. Because if you've ever seen the movie Elysium, okay, you should watch the movie Elysium. In that movie, all the elites were living in an off-world, in a big star base that was up there, and all the poor people were living in squalor down on Earth. Okay, what's happening to us right here is that we're all living in these boxes, these square boxes that we call houses, that are the lowest vibrational energy that you could possibly have, while they're all living in mansions that have peaked and arched roofs because they have different energy. Okay, they have all the money, we don't have anything. It's two separate societies. They're living in a place that is way better than us with all kinds of money and really good food, and we're stuck down here living in this stuff. So it's not literally them living in space and us living down here, but it's proverbially doing that. Okay.
And just our higher selves question mark.
Okay, our higher selves question mark. Okay, so yeah, let me come back down to third dimension and pull you back up a little bit instead of being up in 5D telling you what's going on in 5D. Okay, so our higher selves, but this is going to take you up even higher, actually. Okay, your higher self, your immortal soul, is actually anchored halfway through the sixth dimension, in the sixth density, the spiritual realm. Okay, that is where your higher self is. Okay, that is where your immortal soul is actually residing. And then you're literally projecting yourself into this third dimensional body from the sixth dimension. Your consciousness that is your personality is supposed to start to realize from this place, you're self-aware. I'm self-aware. I am something, I have worth. I don't want someone to get me, right? I don't want to be unalived by somebody bad, right? I have self-worth. You're supposed to ascend to the realization.
This is just a story. This is just games. TikTok is not liking the fact that we're.
And so. Oh, okay. So yeah, I apologize, TikTok. This is all just for entertainment purposes. That TikTok is now trying to say that we're talking about something crazy. This is all entertainment purposes. We're reiterating Dan Brown's book about ascension and his book about the God and those sort of things. So because we're on a communist platform, they don't like us talking about spirituality, and we're just getting an explicit warning. Right? It says explicit content detected in the live to avoid suspicion. So I'm going to move away from talking about this for a few minutes so that we can get this back. So I apologize that we were talking about entertainment. This is just talking about a movie. I don't understand why TikTok thinks we're talking about real life, because none of this information can be in any way real life, guys. So there's a movie that's actually called Mercury Ascending, which will give you some of the information about that. So you guys need to take a look at that,
It's
right?
saying to end the live.
So, yeah, I know, it'll calm down in a second. So you guys need to realize that, right? That's not TikTok, right? No, it's not. It's an algorithm that's working for that, right? And it's believing that we're saying something that we shouldn't be saying. So if you guys want to see the movie Mercury Ascending, you should take a look at that movie because it talks about this kind of stuff where they were, harvesting humans and extracting stuff from them so that they could do that, right? So, right, yeah, like an MRI, it reads your brain waves from outside the body. Your consciousness is not inside you, right? So, wow, yeah, Oracle is really trying to get yes. So you have to realize what's happening and where we're getting a warning saying that they thought we were talking about something that we shouldn't be talking about. They're penalizing us because we're talking about this. This is why we were wanting to talk about this kind of stuff on a Zoom call. We can move to that, right? So one of the things that we have a problem with is that we can only talk about what the collective consciousness of the earth can handle. So I can say this because everybody that's in this room right now, or Discord even, right? Everybody that's in this room now can hear this message, but the algorithm and this platform doesn't like it. So they're trying to say that what we were saying, Mercury Ascending, it's actually a movie. Did I say that wrong? It's actually a movie that you guys should take a look at because it actually talks about the loosh and that sort of stuff where people that are in a higher dimension are harvesting planets like corn, right? No, Kira was talking. Okay, so literally you have to look at that. So I have to pull back right now and talk more third dimension about things. So you guys have to pay attention to what I'm saying now, right? Jupiter ascending. Is that what it was? And I said Mercury. Jupiter ascending. Thank you very much for correcting me on that. I always get that wrong. I don't know why. Jupiter ascending. Okay. So there's a movie that you should watch because of the information that was written in that movie. Kind of gives you that science fiction movie gives you an idea of some of the stuff that those people that I was talking about before that came here that gave the information to people that you guys call the Anunnaki, what they were attempting to do. And that's why you've heard those things around the world about that different stuff, right? It's nothing new, right? No, it's not. It's been going on for about 12,000 years. And I'm going to try and stay away from the algorithm so that we don't get in trouble from the algorithm because they thought we were teaching you spirituality, which is illegal in a communist country, okay? So that wasn't TikTok. It was the profile named notification trying to troll you, right? Is that what that was? That was actually a profile, bro? I thought that was actually the notification coming from TikTok. You said that you tried to say that earlier, but I missed it, didn't I? Dude, you rock. Thank you, Wolverine, for letting me know that, okay? And now he's laughing. He was trying to do that because you were... Bro, okay, so knock it off.
Oh my God!
Bro, don't do that to me. You were giving me a heart attack over here.
We were just
I love that, but don't do that again.
Back down again.
He actually puts that was sneaky. He actually put his picture as the bell and then put his name notification. You rock, I love you, you need to follow me.
Oh my God.
I thought it looked like official too. Yeah, right, it did. That's why he did it. Oh my God, you're hilarious, bro. Okay. Back to business. Now, right?
So where were we?
That was funny. Bro, follow me, dude. I need to talk to you. You're hilarious. Whoever you are, follow us so I can follow you back because that was freaking badass. And the fact that you actually laughed about it and said, "No, bro, that was me." Okay. So let's keep going then. All right. So let's go back to high D here. Let's get off. Let's see the notification. Stop doing that. Right. Thank you for following us. Okay. And it's completely glitching. Okay, every time it glitches, guys, because it's not for us, depends on what country that you're in. If I glitch, just refresh, okay, and come back in. So let's go back up. And so Jupiter ascending. Did I say that right this time, bro? I said that wrong last time, right? No problem on my side. Okay. So here's the truth, again, of what happened. There was a group of people, they called themselves the Orion Crusaders. They were in the Belt of Orion area, and they were invading planets. And we chased them out of there. They came here to this sector of the Milky Way galaxy, and they invaded 23 solar systems. Of those 23 solar systems, all of the solar systems are now freed, but the people living in the solar systems that are mind wiped, because they're supposed to be, the ones that have a veiling and they don't remember, they don't know that they're free, and the people they put in charge down here are still doing it. That's what we're fighting against here, okay? So the actual bad guys ran like little bitches when us, the Patal, got here, okay? They ran for their lives, and our people are following them while some of us come down here to help mop up. Thank you for that, okay? Thank you for that. So when this place got stuck, your guys' higher selves, which is anchored in the halfway through the sixth dimension, realized that this place was stuck. And you guys said, we need help. We don't know what to do. We're stuck and we can't get out. So some of us who came from a higher plane of existence, we the Patal, the Orion Crusaders, who we chased out of our area, those of us who came from Orion that are the Orion Coalition of Light and the Orion Council of Light, we followed them and came here to help you, okay? And we came down into human form, literally going into a body. And you guys who are listening to this, you guys also came here. You either came with us or you came with a different coalition, and you're part of the Council of Planets. You came down and you had to go in front of that council and ask them for permission, and they had to make sure that you were not self-serving, that you were in service to others, because self-serving people would not go through what we're going through in a half of a heartbeat in any time zone, anywhere, in any timeline. Because they're self-serving, they're like, hell no, I'm not going to descend back down to a level and get mind wiped and lose all my power. Okay, and I'll lose all my memory. But you guys have done that, and you have come down here and you drew up a life and you inserted yourself into a body in a fetus, and you've been here for more than one generation. Some of you might have just got here. You'll know it probably if you were. Okay, are you able to find us a spiritual from where you are right now? Are you able to find us spiritual? You mean spiritually?
So they're asking, like right now you're channeling and you're speaking to thousands of different
yes.
people. If we were to settle, not in this environment, but yeah.
So if we weren't here, then we would be able to do that. Okay. So I'm channeling from my higher self because I am not veiled. I was unveiled from birth. I remember inserting into the body. I remember all 60 lives that I've had on this earth and everybody that I was in 60 lifetimes. Okay? I remember that. I remember coming from another place and I remember who I was there. Okay? You guys can wake up and remember that. I remember that, and I'm supposed to remember that in this life because I'm supposed to be helping wake you guys up. Okay? So you guys came from a higher plane. You're up there. I'm speaking to you as Kelto. Okay? The body that I'm in is called Leonard O'Neill, okay? But I am speaking to you. I am Kelto from the 11th density, who is anchored in the 6th density right now, speaking to you.
You were born with
okay?
Yeah.
So I was born with all of my memory. Yes, I was. Yes, all the way back to Source. I remember, from the perspective of time down here, I'm more than 12 trillion years old. Okay, most of you are too. You just don't know that. Okay. Most of you came from a very high plane of existence to come down here. Okay, and my wife Brooke is Satori. That is her actual name. Okay, that is her spirit name, her soul name. Okay, we came down here to help you guys to fix this place because that's what we do. We do it really good. Penny, who's in the audience, Reese, who's in the audience, Peter, who's in the audience. They also came here with us. We all came together.
And know who they are.
Okay, and they know who they are. I think they even know their names. I know the Penny does, right? So I'm not sure about Peter. I think Peter does, and I'm not sure about Reese, but I'll bet he does too. Okay. So we came here with a large contingent of people, and we came down here and inserted into bodies. Some of you that are listening to me right now did the same thing. Some of you know, because at least 4 of you know that, right? How do you figure it out? Okay. The first thing you need to do, Dragon, I'm going to call you Dragon because I like that part of your name. Dragon, the first thing that you need to do is start looking within yourself. Tell your higher self. I don't know if you've introduced yourself to your guides or any of that yet. What you need to do is expand your consciousness to the idea, the knowledge that you are not this pain body. You are not this thinking mind. You are an immortal spirit that is actually in this body, in this avatar, and that this is an illusion. When you expand your mind to that process, you will then start to question things differently, and it'll start to get the veiling that you have. It'll start piercing that veiling for you. Continue going down that road, and as you unlock that veiling and start seeing glimpses, you'll get dreams of talking to your higher self. You'll get dreams of talking to your guides first. Then you will start getting downloads, which will make you think you're going cuckoo cuckoo, because there'll be this swirling knowledge that you can't really understand, that you're like, what is all of this? I'm going crazy, and you just sit with that and let that stuff figure itself out, okay?
Like that is
And then
so
once you do that, that information will then all of a sudden become clear. Sometimes it takes a month, sometimes it takes a couple of days, sometimes it takes a year, and you go, oh, I remember now, I know what that was about. Allow that to happen. Those downloads that you get are memory bubbles as to who you are. Allow yourself to do that. Search within yourself. Learn to balance your chakras. Learn to balance your meridians. Learn to balance your endocrine system. Eat foods that is not poison, non-processed foods. Cook for yourself instead of eating the stuff of the junk foods. Okay, if you're a drinker, stop drinking. If you smoke, try to stop smoking. Try to live a more balanced life, nutrition-wise, and that is what we call ascension foods, okay? So if you're doing all that, continue doing what you're doing. Meditate or pray or do Zen. It depends on what you think, what that stuff is. Because ultimately, if you start raising your vibration, raising your mind, if you're meditating, you understand this. When you're praying, you're doing it. When you're meditating, you're trying to move yourself into a plane of existence where you literally don't have the thinking mind or the ego talking to you or the conscience.
What do they mean?
Okay.
Blocked? Like in what way?
I don't understand what you're saying.
Dragon saying I feel blocked when I meditate. In what way are they blocked? It might be energies.
That could be energy. That could be that your pineal gland is got calcified, right? So you got to start. Make sure you're not drinking water with fluoride in it. You got to start unlocking that. You have to, aluminum free stuff. You need to get that stuff out. Take turmeric to get the plaque in your brain that's not supposed to be there out of the way, because the aluminum gets collected in your mind, gets collected in your brain. If you look up Alzheimer's and dementia, they won't say that the aluminum getting caught in the plaque causes it, but they say it definitely is what's happening. Okay, so if you have too much plaque in your brain, you're supposed to have plaque in your brain, but if you have too much because you're not sleeping enough or sleeping right, you have to enter into that REM sleep. So you have to be able to hit that REM state in your sleep, and you have to be able to sleep. If you're not sleeping 8 hours a day, try to get doing that, because the last couple of hours of the day is the time when your body heals and the brain cleans itself. Your body cleanses. So if you're only sleeping for 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 hours, then Ormus, yes, I make Ormus. Okay, the Ormus gold I haven't looked into yet, because gold itself is a chemical that absorbs energy and doesn't return it, right? A lot of people are doing the Ormus gold, but I don't know if it's actually, I haven't gone into that yet to look at it, because I know that it's on gold foil, so I don't know if that's real gold. It's a little teeny piece, so I'm going to look into that. But I make Ormus. I make it with the ancient Egyptian method, the way that when Cleopatra, when they were making it for her, I make it that way. It takes longer, and most people don't like doing that because you can't make a batch of Ormus in one day. But Ormus is good, right? There's other things that you guys can use as well. And again, TikTok, I'm not abdicating anything because I'm not a doctor and I'm not prescribing anything, guys. But there is different things that you can use, like the purple lotus and other things like DMT and the like. Okay, so getting back, and psilocybin and things like that help you expand your consciousness. Now, let me get back to the silver and gold. Okay, so silver reflects, you can give it energy, and silver will collect the energy, but it will actually give it back to you. So you can put energy into silver like a crystal you could charge and use it. Silver, you can do the same thing, and silver will stop anywhere you can look this up by people who are hunting for gold. Silver and gold go together. If you find a silver vein, you follow the silver vein and it'll take you to gold. Silver naturally in the ground encircles gold, because gold is like a magnet and keeps pulling energy. That's why it's so beautiful. People that are negative in service to self love gold, because they're the same way. They are pulling energy. They're about themselves. Gold is a representation of that. So silver is the opposite of that. So silver actually protects the world from gold stealing all of its energy. Okay, so they're doing that with gold. Autoatomic gold's not bad, gold, but you have to be aware that the gold will try to steal some of your energy. So if you're taking the ormus that's in gold and you're ingesting that, the ormus is going to work for you, because I know people who take it. It works. I have a personal friend of mine takes it, and he says that it really is strong, right? I haven't actually messed with the silver yet, but I do make colloidal, or the gold, I do make colloidal silver and drink that. And I'm actually working on ormus with the silver in it. So I don't know where gold. Yeah, so I never had any luck with ormus. Well, if it depends on who makes it and how they make it. Sometimes the ormus, you won't notice. It's like the Christ oil. When you're on the Christ oil, I'm Virgo. I just finished that 3 days. So it's on to whatever October is, whatever that sun sign is in October is on the Christ oil today. Or you're actually almost done with it, right? So, yes, Jesse, I am the real deal. This is what I came here to do. Thank you for seeing that, right? So yes, so you fast on that when you're on your Christ oil, you don't eat any kind of junk. You don't, you know what I mean? You pray, or you meditate, or whatever. You eat really good foods, right? You see what I'm saying? So what about the sun being associated with gold? The sun, that's people trying to tell you that the sun used to be a gold color and that something changed. The sun was never a gold color. The sun's always been the color that it is. You might just perceive it different because of whatever's in the atmosphere, right? But the sun isn't gold. The sun is light. Okay, and the sun has always been light, and so it's been the physical representation of the life bringer. And in most religions, that's why you have people that were saying that sun and the sun this and the sun that, and sun worshipers, and that was only because the sun is the life giver to the planet. So people that were in that third dimensional, or in that religion that is showing nature, they would equate the sun with the light bringer, and they would equate that with the creator, or they would equate that with the creator.
Dragon needs to equal the acid in her body. Once the acid is equal and balanced in the body, the reflux will no longer be an issue. Her body is out of balance. She needs to rebalance.
Do you hear that? Brooke said if you have too much reflux, you need to balance your body. You need to balance the stuff. Look at the foods. No nightshades. Cut out the nightshades because you have too much acid. So you need to get a more alkaline, in your body. You need to rebalance your body, right? Yeah, need Beltane. It's coming. Yeah. Yes, we have bad acid reflux, right? So yeah, Kirsten, if you have acid reflux, look at what you're eating. You're eating nightshades. You're eating stuff that's very acidic. If you're using regular table salt, that sodium, get rid of that and start getting Himalayan sea salt, or start taking Dead Sea salt, right? Apple cider vinegar is very good for you. You heard my wife talking.
A little bit of lemon juice.
A little bit of lemon juice in your water. That's the acid that you need. That's a good acid that will help you to get rid of it'll combat the other acids that are bad, the nightshades that you're taking, right? I'm looking for cheap materials to decalcify my pineal gland. Same thing. Yeah, same thing. You need to stop. You need to get the fluoride out of your toothpaste. Get the fluoride out of your water.
Money. Go to the bloody your grocery store. Get a bag of turmeric. Put it on everything. Put it in everything. Turmeric is like $2 for half a kilo. That's all you need.
Did you hear? Turmeric, right? Turmeric. Go, and you can get them in capsules. You can get the powder, and you can put it in your food. That turmeric, nuts says borax. Well, you don't want any borax. Borax is an acid. You don't want to put that in your body. Ginger is good. Geo, yes. Ginger, turmeric, good stuff. That'll help you to get that plaque. That'll help you to get the calcification out of your body. If you guys think you might have any kind of heavy metals or parasites, go with black walnut. You can eat black walnut, or you can get the black walnut husks that are ground up in powder form to take, and you can get rid of that, right? No is a salt. Salt, you have to get rid of the table salt that they're feeding you.
No,
you have to go to.
They're saying borax. Borax
you're
okay,
saying you're saying, well, it's a sodium.
You need to.
It's a sodium. Okay. So it's a sodium, but borax isn't as good for you as you think it is. People are using it for things, and they shouldn't be using that. There's alternatives to use for that. Everything is a sodium, almost everything. Chlorine is a sodium. Chlorine is sodium hypochlorite, right? Almost everything is a sodium. Sodium is an acid. You have to realize that. So the type of acid that different things are is either good for your body or not good for your body. Okay, so you have to look into that. I was actually a chemist, listed as a chemist in America for 10 years, because of that information. You need to pay attention to the different types of sodium that it is. Just because it's a sodium doesn't mean it's a salt. Salt is a sodium and it's crystalline, right? So take turmeric. I have for years. It works, but I'm turning yellow. Yeah, right. That's funny. Love that. Yeah, right. It'll turn your fingers yellow. I make our pills with a pill machine, and when I'm doing turmeric, which I have to actually do today after this live, I got to make some turmeric. I'll end up with yellow fingers because I'll be working with it, and it'll get powder on stuff, and I'll end up getting it on me. Right? Table salt doesn't have iodine, though. Yes, but table salt itself. Look up what it is and look up the structure of that sodium. It's hideous for your body. Hideous. Table salt is hideous for you. If you want salt, that you want to eat salt, you want to only use pink Himalayan salt. That has minerals in it that will lower your blood pressure and all kinds of stuff. Google it and look into it. Okay? Ginger, turmeric, rosemary. Yes, that's good. COX-2 inhibitors. There you go. Right? There you go. Okay? And turmeric tastes good, right? Turmeric actually tastes good when you cook it. The Indians in India use a lot of turmeric in their foods, and I love Indian food. Good stuff. Okay, so you see my wife said to ask your spiritual questions, guys. All right, so yeah, that's where I wanted to go until you said to go where we're at now. My wife is producing me from over here, right? So yeah, okay, so you know, right? Wolverine says, I am Indian. You know, that's good food, right? Unless you're tired of it because you grew up with it, right? So, clove is good. Yes, clove is good. You can put clove on almost anything, but, some people don't like the taste of clove. But you can also you can get, in pill form. Cinnamon is good for you, too. All these things do a lot of stuff for you, right? I use Baja Gold sea salt. See, I would have to look at that because I've never tried that. Every time somebody talks about the different sea salts, I like to look into them to see how. Because I was just looking into the Celtic sea salt, so I'm going to have to look into the Baja, right? Can you tell me your thoughts on the moon as a reincarnation trap? No. The moon was actually at one time it was a Death Star, like the Star Wars Death Star. It was actually around a moon. It was a satellite around a moon that was around the planet Moldek, which is no longer with us. It was destroyed a long time ago. And that planet, Moldek, is now what you call the Kuiper Belt, and it's just an asteroid field. When that planet blew up, the ecosystem of this Earth got thrown out of whack because the planet was actually keeping the ecosystem working by being in proximity to the Earth. So at the time when that happened, for the survivors to survive, everybody had to come to Earth, but the ecosystem was all out of whack. So they towed that base into orbit where it is now. And it's not a trap of your soul. That's a third dimensional construct by people who are in third dimension. The aforementioned, if you were here earlier, the aforementioned Orion Crusaders, they use that. That's their modus operandi. That's their MO. They come down to a planet and they tell you certain things. So when you guys see the Anunnaki and they got that little suitcase and the little things, that's actually the knowledge. That's the knowledge of this place and how to set up this system that they used when they came here, okay? So that knowledge was to tell people either there's this evil aliens out there who control you and own you and put you in a prison and we can help you get out. Let us come down there. That's one. Or we are your creator gods. We created you in the past so we can do whatever we want. That's two. Or they say, well, you were locked into a prison and there's these people out there that when you die, don't go into the light because there's devices out there that will collect your soul and zap you. And they're going to lie to you and tell you you're on a secret mission. Don't listen to them. Run away. Don't do that. Run away from them. Or they're going to tell you that you were from a higher plane of existence. Don't listen to them. They're lying to you. Run. Those are the people that are trying to keep you from remembering who you are. They're trying to keep you in fear of the other so that you won't realize who you are and you won't wake up, okay? The moon is not a trap for the soul to grab you. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for that. That was enlightened. Thank you for that. So the moon is not that at all, but it was at one time it's broken now, so it doesn't work, but it was what you guys would know from Star Wars as a Death Star. And now is there a base up there? Yeah, it sounds like that on the backside of the moon right now. Currently, they're talking about the Chinese might have bases on the backside of the moon, right? And the U.S. and the other people might have bases inside of it. Okay, so we don't know for certain, but it's not a trap. It's not a device that is going to steal your soul and knock you out and put you back in your body. They want you to believe that, because when they came here, say in 1948, in that Roswell incident in New Mexico, you're welcome. It's what I came here to do, is to try and help you guys so that you can wake up and remember who you are. Because most of you who don't think I'm cuckoo right now that are in this audience, you're one of us, okay?
Zoom meetings will help you wake up real fast.
So if we end up having Zoom meetings like we were talking about, and some of you want to come in and have conversations in those Zoom meetings, it's going to be a lot more higher vibrational conversations, because I can talk more openly in a smaller audience than I can here. So I'm trying to skirt around algorithms right now to give you guys the information, okay? So the moon isn't in 1948, in this so-called non-incident that didn't happen in Roswell, New Mexico. There wasn't a spacecraft that crashed, and there wasn't an alien who survived it who was a gray, and that alien wasn't a alien called Errol. And that alien wasn't driving that gray alien like a drone. And that alien didn't talk to the deep state for 3 months, and didn't use telepathic communication to communicate with a female who was in the military, who worked at that hospital. And they didn't have conversations back and forth between the deep state, the CIA, and military intelligence, asking that person questions. And in that conversation that didn't happen, she didn't say that they were a marauding group of people conquering this sector of the known universe, this sector of the Milky Way galaxy, and she didn't say that they own this planet, and she didn't say that they were on their way into the center of the galaxy trying to conquer that. And that information didn't come to light in 2015, and I didn't get a hold of that information, and I didn't do 23 episodes on my podcast interpreting that information. And you can't find that on my podcast called Orion Rising, Orion Rising, anywhere you listen to an MP3 broadcast, and it's listened to in 70 countries around the world. So if you guys are interested in the conversation that didn't happen at Roswell, New Mexico, that didn't come to light in 2015, that information is not on my podcast, not entitled Alien Interview Part 1 through 23. Okay, so also, if you want to know about that same information that I'm telling you about the Orion Crusaders, there is not a group of people called the LL Research Group who didn't write 6 books on this planet called The Raw Material. And in that, you can read it for yourself, or you can also go to my podcast that I don't have called Orion Rising, which I do have, by the way, and listen to that. I interpreted that 2 different times for 2 years and 10 months each. Okay, 106 sessions. And I interpreted that stuff for you and translated it into modern English. The first time I did it in a kind of a lower third dimensional construct. So if you're awake enough to understand and understand what I'm saying so far, go to the one that you find first, which is the one that is the closest to this time we're in, because that one, if you go backwards in time, is me going very high vibration with the interpretation, okay? Yeah. So that will also tell you the same thing about the Orion Crusaders. Okay, so what is this? Kira says, so what is your mission and how do you remember 60 lives? And most people don't. Okay. So let me explain that part again, okay? In third dimension, the way it actually works all the time, the way the Creator put this place together, is that when you're in second dimension as an animal or something, a tree, a cat, a dog, a bird or something, you become self-aware, because in that you're only alive and you know that you're alive and you're running on instinct and you're not self-aware. So you're veiled there as well. You don't remember who you are, that you're a higher being. Okay? So you become a human, and when you ascend to the self-awareness, I think, therefore I am, I have worth. Okay, you have personality. We help animals by naming them and talking to them and giving them personalities. That helps them to ascend. So when you're born as a human, you're actually veiled and you don't remember your higher self. And it takes usually on this planet between 7 and 10 lifetimes. And in that time period, you learn, this is like grade school, 1 through 12, where you learn, if you're in America, because if you're in like Australia, it's 1 through 6 or something, and then you go to 7th and it's high school. So the general education, 1 through 12, when you graduate, is this place. You're getting general education about life and about love and about happiness and the opposites to that, wisdom, understanding, all of these things that you're learning, the dichotomy between the ego and the mind, and your mind wiped. You're asleep the whole time and you don't remember. You're actually supposed to, at some point, start remembering that you are a higher self. I am, therefore I think, instead of I think, therefore I am. Okay? You got stuck. Your entire species got stuck because of the bad guys that I'm talking about. The Orion Crusaders came here and gave the knowledge. You would know them as the Anunnaki. Came here and gave the knowledge to the people who are living on this earth who are evil, and they're distracting you away from the learning this knowledge that I'm telling you about now. It's in all of your literature. It's in movies. It's in all of your religions. And it's there and you're supposed to see it at some point. They're keeping you from seeing it. So you guys got stuck longer than normal and nobody's graduating. When that happens, your higher self calls out for help. Okay? When your higher self calls out for help, people from a higher vibration hear that call and come to your aid, but we can't aid you by coming down here physically. We have to then design a life and come here legally, just like you, and we get inserted into a fetus, and then we live lives. Okay, I am one of those people that came through in this life completely awake on this planet. You can look this up. It's called, the title of that is called a Melchizedek. Okay, you can look that up. You can see that I'm one of the people that in this lifetime I chose to be completely awake so that I can do what I'm doing here. And what I'm doing here, thank you very much for that. What I'm doing here is trying to help you guys wake up. I'm the archetype that comes down to earth to give you this information at different times in the vibration, and you can see them in history in different places where people like myself come in and are awake. Okay, so the memory wipe after each life is no way of learning. So it is a way of learning, and let me explain that way to you. Okay, the creator of the universe. This is why you don't remember it. The creator of the universe created this place and put people in here, okay, to learn and to live in this place, to figure out life and being unalived and all of the things and having experiences. But all of us remembered who we were. So because of that, people got lazy and said, yeah, man, I'm God, dude. You're God. I love you, man. And we'll get back there one day, dude. We're not in any hurry. So the creator said, oh, man, I'm lazy. Okay, everything that I created is moving slower. We need to move faster. So the creator came up with the idea of creating the veiling so that you wouldn't remember that you were the creator. So that allows you and forces you to have an organic experience when you do not know that you're an immortal soul. You do not know and have any memory of any lifetime that you've had. So every lifetime is brand new to you, and you can have organic experiences over and over. Once you leave this body, when this body is gone, and my immortal soul is then collected from this body, and I'm taken to the transitional place called the place of healing. And then in that place, I transition and remember. The veiling is lifted and I remember who I am, and I go, oh, yeah, okay, I was there to learn things. Then we go to the place of reflection, and in that place you reflect with yourself and your guides. Did I learn all the things that I was going to learn? And if you say, no, I still need to learn a few things, because nobody judges you. There is nobody that sits on a throne and judges you and goes, you're bad, you're evil, you judge yourself and go, I need more learning on love or wisdom or these things. Then you design a new life, and guess what happens? Then you go through the veiling process, lower your vibration, and go back into a human and don't remember any of that. And then that allows you to have an organic experience all over again so that you can learn these things, okay? So, yeah, oh my God, we are all veiled again. Yes, I'm so over the veiling, right? And most of us are, okay? Because you're only supposed to do it for 7 to 10 lifetimes. You guys have been stuck for at least 12,000 years and quite possibly for this entire existence, which means you may have been stuck for about 50 to 60,000 years, okay? So it's
like
tiring. So why do you choose to keep yours?
I veiled for a reason.
So everyone is veiled for the reason of being able to have those experiences. Why did I choose to keep mine? Because I am one of the people who came here to help you, and we are now entering into the time when you guys we're putting everything back on track so that you guys can ascend. Okay, and normally, I don't want to scare you guys, but let me give you the normal. Normally, when a societal structure like this one is ready to ascend, the creator will then cause a calamity and annihilate every soul or most of the souls on the earth or on the planet. And then there's a harvesting, okay? But some of us came up with a new idea because this place has been stuck the way it is. How about, because the place is stuck, and there's a reason for it, okay? How about, instead of doing that, we just change the timelines and we move everybody into 4D. Move them out of 3D and into 4D. Those people who aren't ready to do that will just live the rest of their life, and then when they are unalived, they'll be moved to another planet and they'll be mind wiped again, and they won't remember this place at all, and they'll just have an organic experience somewhere else. The creator liked that idea. Okay, so we decided to do that here. Okay, so to do that here, some of us had to dedicate a lot more time to help orchestrate this so that we wouldn't have to go through that calamity and scare so many people, because we're trying to find an easier way to do it. And the creator accepted it one other time in this Milky Way galaxy, and the creator kind of likes this way because it's harder. Because before it was just send a asteroid or have the people blow themselves up, and then you just harvest the souls, and that's the same as we've realized down here, that like if you do that when you're harvesting, say, cattle, and they get scared, it taints the meat because they tense up. So it's kind of the same way. We have shell shock even in our higher selves from the violence of that ordeal and the fear that was in us when we do that. So some of us came up with this idea, and the creator said, I like that idea, let's do it. So we're attempting to do that here. And well, I can't say attempting, we are doing that here. So because of that, some of us had to come down here. Some of us do that anyways, and you guys never know it. In an ordinary timeline, you guys wouldn't even know that I was ever here. You would just graduate, and then when you graduated, you would realize that some of us came down here. That's who you call the archons or the archangels and the angels, the Agigi, right? These are legends in your religions going back all the way back in time, where these people are these controllers that are watching us, the watchers that are actually orchestrating things from behind the scenes, okay? So that's what we do. We keep everything in order. We keep the yin and yang working. We keep the natural balance. Well, then there's people who work against us, and they try to take places over and get them stuck so they can take all the resources. Okay, and that's what's happened here. So then we came down here to help with this. And so instead of blowing this place up and pulling you guys out of here and resifting, those ones go to these planets and these ones get to go to that planet, we decided to just move everybody into 4D. Because, and here's the reason I said I would get to, because this planet, Gaia, this Earth, is evolving, and third dimensional life forms are no longer supposed to be sustained on this Earth. Only 1, 2, 4, and 8. Okay? So the third dimensional life forms that are here either need to move into 4D or they need to be extracted off the Earth to go somewhere else. Okay, so that's happened a long time ago. So the planet is kind of freaking out because it's not sentient. It's not all self-aware. It just knows that it's being harmed and it's trying to heal itself. So we had to come here to help heal the Earth and to calm the Earth down and let her know that she's okay and it's okay, and then do something with the population that's here. Okay, so we decided So, right, the JP said that makes so much sense. Thank you. So we went to the creator and said, we can try this new way. The creator went, I kind of like that way. It's different. Let's see, because it's harder to do. We have to move everyone and wake everyone up to a certain level so that you move into 4D, and then we're putting the timelines back together. And as we put the timelines back together, you're just going to shift right into 4D, and like everything, the face of the earth is going to change, and you're going to have less evil people being in charge of everything, because we're going to wake enough people up to where they're going to look at the evil people and go, "You're not in charge here. Just no." No, just N-O, okay?
You don't get memory wiped, you get veiled.
So you don't get memory wiped. And if I said that, I did, I spoke wrong. You don't get memory wiped, you actually get a veiling, right? You get veiled. So the memory is there in your higher soul. Your soul remembers it. You just don't down here, okay? So your personality that's in this body is a fractal of your higher self, okay? And as you become more enlightened and you start piercing the veil, then what happens is you actually start getting those memories while you're here, okay? And that's what you guys are on, right? In our field, yes, you literally where you are now, this Earth right now, this population of Earth has got 1 foot in 4D currently, okay? And you're shifting. That's why you're having these Mandela effects, okay? You're actually shifting. Night, are you going to bed? All right, night. Have a good day, right? Good night. Thanks for coming in. Make sure you follow. We'll follow you back, okay? So, is that somebody asked that question?
Yeah.
What happens when you die? When this body ceases, okay, you're collected. That is the angel of I can't say that word. It starts with a D because we're on a communist algorithm, and we don't actually have freedom of speech. So when you're unalived, the angel of unaliving comes and collects your soul so that you don't get lost and takes you to the place of healing. And then you remember who you are. You transition back to, I'm a higher self, and I remember now what I'm an immortal being, and I was having an organic experience. Then you go to the place of reflecting, and then you come back here if you're not done. If you're done, then you decide where you're going on to wherever it is that you're going to, 4D, 5D, or if you came from a higher plane and you came here to help and your contract is over, you'll go back to wherever you came from, okay? So wherever that was, all right? So no one should have memory veil. I just hate the idea of anything that we have to learn. Here's the problem with that. It was tried. And if you know that you're the creator, everyone knows they're the creator, nobody's going to have an organic experience. No one's going to experience anything. Because your experience is going to be, I can't die. So who cares what I do? Who cares when I do it? I can't die because I'm immortal. So if I do something to myself right now, I'll just come back. And so people are just willy-nilly doing crazy things, not caring. Do you know when you're playing a video game and you know in the video game that you can just respawn and you're just running through the video game and not caring whether you are unalived or not because you know that in a second you're going to hop right back up and keep running? That's what people were doing in real life. Okay, just doing whatever they wanted to do, and some of them were just sitting around going, yeah, who cares, bro? I'm just going to sit here. So because of that, you had to be veiled so that you would actually be afraid of being unalived, so that it forced you to actually think that it was something worth keeping. Do you see? So literally, what was that person saying? Was that a troll?
Yeah, I'm reading them.
Yeah, sorry, buddy, you're getting muted. Okay, so yes. That's because I come from a higher plane. Okay. If you're here for the first time, this is the first time that you're self-aware. Okay? So I understand that. I understand what she's saying, and I'm going to explain it to her. Okay? So I understand and I care because I came from the 11th density. Okay? I have dedicated my soul to the Creator to do this, to help you guys. So has my wife. So is Peter, so has Penny, and so has Reese in here. Okay? We went through this process a very, very, very long time ago. Okay? So some of you came here to help, and when you wake up, you're going to care just like I do. Some of you are here for the first time in your first grouping of lifetimes. You're not even supposed to be knowing that we're here. Okay? So I remember and I care because I came from a very, very high place of this creation. So I'm here to help you. Okay? When you're down here, you don't know that you were a piece of the Creator because you're not supposed to yet. Because your journey has just begun. Your journey is still to go through more levels. You're on the 3rd level from the beginning of existence. And you need to go back 12 more levels before you even get back to the Creator, which is about 7 billion years from now, by the time perspective here. Okay? So because of that, you can't know everything right now down here because you have more learning to do as you move back towards the Creator. Okay? So some of us already are up there and we came here to help. And that's why. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that. So some of us came down here to help that, and we care because we're supposed to. Okay? So just like you guys down here, name a pet, a cat, a dog, a fish, a bird, a snake, plants, and you talk to them and you give them a name, and they start to become self-aware because you call your dog Murphy or whatever. And that dog realizes that's my name, or your cat realizes that's my name, that's who I am, that's becoming self-aware. You're actually a higher plane existence person aiding one from a lower dimension to move up to the next dimension faster. So someone does that for you as a 2-dimensional being, and then you as a 3-dimensional being. Some of you like animals and you do the same thing and help them up. Then you have people that are 4th-dimensional beings who are going to come back and help the 3rd-dimensional beings, and so on and so forth, all the way back to the Creator. And sometimes things get so out of whack and stuck, like this place, that some of us from a very high level have to come back here and insert ourselves here to help. Okay? So what is this that...
How do those who are waking up receive downloads, discern what is theirs versus world resonance?
Okay, so how do those who are waking up receive the downloads? Okay, the downloads that you will be getting as you're starting to wake up, your vibration moves into a higher plane. Okay, as your vibration moves into the higher plane, your IQ goes up. They don't want you to know about that. Okay, your IQ goes up, and you can discern the difference between the echoes of this place and what you're getting as a download from up there. Just like you start realizing that you're not the thinking mind and you're not the ego. You start to realize that you have a voice in your head that is ego, that is either telling you you're the greatest in the world, or go ahead and steal that. Do what you want. Who cares what those people think? Then there's another voice in your head that's going, no, don't do that. You wouldn't like people to do that. Don't do that. You wouldn't do that to other people. You wouldn't want them to do that to you. That is your conscience. Those are archetypes that are helping you balance to learn who you are. Then you have the thinking mind, and the thinking mind just does what it's told. The thinking mind, the brain is running this avatar for you. So you're not thinking heart pump, inhale, heart pump, exhale, blink, heart pump, inhale. You're not thinking that. This brain is doing the thinking for you. It's an avatar. It's like when you start the car. You're not the car. You're the person driving the car. Okay, so you, as your vibration goes up and the veiling starts to become thinner, you learn to discern the difference between outside information coming into you. You learn to realize those people are Jedi mind tricking me. So that's a form of brainwashing. I'm not going to accept that anymore. You learn to realize, wait, that's my higher self talking to me. That's my guides talking to me. You start learning the difference between those things as they're happening, because it's natural for you to do that, because you're starting to become unveiled. So as you become unveiled, you learn the same thing everyone else learns that is in service to others. Okay? Can a new soul achieve higher realms quicker than other souls, or ascend quicker to the Creator? Each individual person moves at their own pace. So somebody who's in a hurry, because that's the archetype that they have, they could get here and go from becoming self-aware for the first time, and instead of having to take 7 or 10 lifetimes, they could get out of here in 5 or 6. Then somebody could go all the way to 10 lifetimes before they get out of here. It's all determined by an individual person, and you have complete carte blanche to do however you want. So you can take as much time as you want or get out of here as quick as you can. That's completely up to you, okay? So each individual determines that. What happens to people who are removed, they'll keep getting recycled because they want to learn more. Anybody that wants to come back, they can keep coming back as long as they want. Yes. Okay. So people that stay in 3D and they don't want to leave 3D, you can stay in 3D as long as you want. So what'll happen is, if you're one of those people that wants to stay in 3D and you don't want to move to 4D, and you're staying here in 3D, when this place moves to 4D, at the end of one of your lives in third dimension, when you leave this place and recycle, you'll go to another planet that is third dimension. And then you'll be veiled again. You won't even know you were here. You won't remember it until you're unalived, and then you move into your higher self.
Oh, yes.
Okay. So, are there beings that siphon soul energy and memory to survive? Yes. They're called energy vampires.
And you learn about that.
Yeah, we actually teach a course about it called the Defense Against the Dark Arts. Okay. We actually teach a course about that and everything else that I've been talking about that these negative people are doing to us. Okay. So if you're interested in that, we can teach you that. Okay. We're teaching courses all the time. We have 3 more this month on the Defense Against the Dark Arts, where we tell you all these different things that they're doing, propaganda included, energy vampires, people casting spells, negative energy, disembodied spirits, all of that stuff. You can see it pinned to the screen. My wife put it up there. Defense Against the Dark Arts, the 15th and the 16th of this month, 17th and 18th and 19th and 20th. Okay. If you guys are interested in those, one of those courses, we're in New South Wales, Australia. So if you're not in Australia or New Zealand, it will be a day earlier. But if you're interested in those, those classes are on Zoom. They're 4 hours a day on Zoom, and we teach that. And it costs 88 Australian dollars. If you're in America, yesterday the price was only 63, right? Because your stock market puts your dollar, the English pound, and the euro are stronger than the Australian dollar. So if you guys are in one of those 3 countries, you're going to get another $20 off of that price, because the conversion rate will turn your money into less money. It'll cost you less money. So if you guys are interested in that, right? But no soul trap, no soul trap. There is no soul trap. This place is a soul trap created by the creator, but third dimensional beings do not have a soul trap to collect you. That's a lie propagated by the people who don't want you to do anything besides recycle as soon as possible. Okay, so if you guys are interested in that class, that course, that Zoom course, 2-day Zoom course, email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com, and we'll get you out the information. What happens to our families? Your families, when they pass, they go to through the same process you go through, and then you usually have soul contracts with family members. Like, for instance, Brooke and I have been together since the beginning. So we've literally been together since when we were created as souls, and we've stayed together in every single lifetime, all the way down and all the way back up and everything. Okay, so your family members sign a contract and they're with you, and you guys come back. There's usually like 8 or 10 of you that in a circle that you guys all help each other out, and you come back in different guises. Your dad could be your son in the next lifetime. Your grandfather could be your mother in the next lifetime, and you guys fill out all of your lifetimes together and come back in with one another to help each other on your path. So you end up seeing them again, and you end up being with them again. You just don't remember it when you have the veiling. Will you remember if you don't want to come back here? Is your memory already wiped? When you get up there, you get acclimated to your higher self, okay? So you remember what's going on. If you move into 4D and not 3D, you will still have the veiling, but it's far less, Okay, it's kind of the way it is now, where you kind of have an idea that you're an immortal soul, but you don't remember everything fully. And as you move up into 5D, that veiling goes away again some more, and so does your physical body, because you start moving into your light body. So your physical body actually starts to go away. Like when you're in 5D, you're only going to be a torso up, floating in the air. You won't have any legs, just so you know. That'll kind of freak you out if you're down here. By the time you're into the end of 5D, going into 6D, you'll just be like a head in the top part of your body, and you'll be mostly light, and you'll be glowing. So by the time you get halfway through the 6th dimension, you'll actually just be in a light body from that point on. You're just energy, okay? So that might freak some of you out, right? So, but that's how that works, all right? So you're always going to be around your family. You're always going to see them. Even if somebody's self-serving, they may be gone for, 50 years. If you go into 4D and they're still stuck in 3D and they move to another planet, you might not see them, but they'll probably come through as one of your grandkids. Okay. So say you have a brother or a sister now, or somebody like that, or one of your kids, and they're self-serving. If they choose to stay self-serving, or they still have to learn a few things, and then you move into 4D, you're not going to know it because you're partially veiled. You're not going to know that they're missing. But then all of a sudden you're going to have a grandkid, and you're going to go, I know you. You're an older soul. And you're going to have that bond to them, right?
Good question.
So, but aren't we going through a new earth, and how do we come back if it's gone? So that isn't, people interpret that thinking it's third dimensional, thinking the planet itself is going to be destroyed and there's going to be a new planet. That's not what that meant. The new earth is being created as we speak, okay? Because we are changing the earth and making it anew, okay? Because this earth has been controlled by the devil for a time. Okay, the earth will be controlled by the devil for a time. The devil shall rule the earth for a time. That time's over. Okay, so the new heaven and the new earth comes from Matthew. If you look at Matthew 3:16, I think it's 3:16. If you look at Matthew, read the book of Matthew, Jesus tells Matthew, God said, what you sow on earth, I shall too sow in heaven. What you reap on earth, I shall too reap in heaven. That means what you create, I will allow. What you do and create, I will allow. Your focus determines your reality. He went on to say, if you had but a mustard seed, which is really, really small amount of faith, you could say to a mountain, move, and that mountain will move from here to there if you tell it to do that. So we are reshaping the face of this world. We are changing that, and this entire way of life that we're in right now is going to change. And the control by the controllers who think they own this place is going away. They have lost. They just haven't given up the ghost yet. Okay. What about the beings? What was that one? I didn't get to read that one.
I thought you were just literally just answering that.
And
what about the beings in the black hole that run this place? What happens to them?
There are no beings in a black hole, right? But there are beings that run this place, and that's the powers that should not be. Okay. A black hole is actually, if you go and look at cellular reproduction, when a single cell divides after it's been impregnated and it has life in it now, when you look at a cell and it divides into two areas in that cell that are identical to each other, and then eventually splits into another cell to where they're identical, that is the information that you're thinking of as a black hole. And that's information from this universe going into another one, because it's going to be recreated. And people say, that's just not true. Okay, the Big Bang Theory is there was nothing, and then there was an explosion, and then there was light, and that light created everything, and everything is moved out from that and is creating. Go and look at when they filmed what happens when a sperm cell goes into the egg and penetrates the egg and goes into that. Go and see the film that they filmed of that. Okay. When that sperm goes in there, there is an explosion of light, and then all of a sudden from nothing is something. So the cellular reproduction that becomes the human cell is a teeny, teeny little Big Bang that happens. And then if you look at all of the cellular structure of that and how it replicates, that's the flower of life, and how it replicates in the physical and in the universe. Okay. What point in time did the devil take control of the earth? The devil took control of the earth when everybody fell further away from the Creator. Okay. And that was done about 12,000 years ago. Before that, if you look back in time, just 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, people lived for thousands of years. Okay. So what happened was, The information was given to the people here on Earth. They learned how to control this matrix and then mind wipe all of us and to keep us distracted so that we don't find that part of spirituality that tells us how to get out of here. And that's what they've been doing ever since, distracting us. So it was about 12,000 years ago, from the perspective of what we're at right now. 12,000 years ago was when the devil got control of the earth. But that's what they always tell you. It's like 1,000 years that the devil will reign. That number has been skewed. It was actually supposed to be 10,000 years. But again, they kept control longer than they were supposed to because they understood how, and they still do. They understand all you have to do is do this and distract you. Hi, how you doing? Look over here. What's that? Look over here. What's that? We got sports for you. We got channels for you. We got music. We got television. What do you want? And then you go like spirituality. No, you don't want that. You don't want that. Here, let me show you. We'll give you some money. You want some money? We'll make you famous. You want some famous? Okay, and that's what they do. That's a distraction. Everything is a distraction. You're supposed to be able to learn how to stay and live in this place and ignore those distractions, okay? That's what the purpose of this place is, for you to do that. I'm sorry I keep asking, but what can we do to connect to our higher selves? If you've asked that a couple of times and I didn't see it, I apologize. Let me answer that, okay? How you connect to your higher self is you start asking those questions and start critical thinking for yourself and start waking yourself up. And what I mean by that is you start learning the things that I've talked about and realize there are people that are trying to keep me from this information, and I need to learn how to not have them do these things to me. They can talk to the hand. That's actually a spell. We teach that in the Defense Against the Dark Arts if you're interested. Okay, but otherwise you look at those things, right? And then we'll get into the RH negative thing in just a second, how that plays a role. Okay, so when I'm still talking, I won't forget about that one. So you need to start looking within yourself and learn how to balance yourself. Learn what your chakras are and learn what the meridians are. Learn who you are. Start telling yourself, your focus determines your reality. I want to talk to my higher self. I want to talk to my guides. I'm ready to talk to my guides. I'm ready to talk to my higher self. Talk to me and then listen. Meditate and listen on that, okay? And then you will start hearing that information. As you start ascending, you will start hearing that information. Okay, so the RH negative factor, if you have the RH negative factor in your DNA, which I do, and so does my wife, because we're both type O negative, that means that you have no primate. Okay, so that whole thing that we evolved from monkeys and turned into humans, there's a whole group of us that have the RH negative factor. We do not have primate DNA. Where did we come from then? Okay, that is, if you have that DNA was inserted into this matrix to help people expand their consciousness. And the reason that it's here is because when the bad guys, the Anunnaki, got here, some of us that were the Patal came here. And when we came down here en masse, came down here to help you, and some of you beings that came from a higher place came down here as above, so below. Okay, there has to be a physical representation of the spirituality that got here. So because of that, the RH negative factor was introduced in the human genome 10,000 years ago to show the race that, look, some of you are not even from here. So that was introduced so that people would then start researching it and go, hold on. How is it that we have this RH negative factor? Where did that come from? Science has looked for it and they can't find it past 10,000 years ago. Okay, remember what we said? When did the devil get a hold of the earth? 12,000 years ago? 10,000 years ago, a group of people got here to help you. Do you see? So there had to be a representation of that. It's not the Anunnaki that gave you the RH negative factor, it's the Patal. The Patal came here. We came from the 11th dimension and came down here to help you. So you had to have a representation of us. You didn't know about it, but it's there. Okay. Thank you for that, right? Thank you for that, right? Awesome. You're awesome. Thank you for those. Okay. So that's the RH negative factor. And I think there was another question that I missed after that. And I apologize if there was one that I missed after that. Thank you for that. Love you, teddy bear. That was cool. Right. So ask me your spiritual questions, guys. That's what I'm here for. So you got the "it's over" message. No, I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. Dot. That's your name. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. You mean the message that the time that the devil is reigning the earth is over? Yes. That time was over a while ago. It's just that the people here haven't given up the ghost on that yet. The ones who think they own you and me and everybody else. they're trying to hold on to that stuff. Okay, so they're trying to keep status quo. And that thing that just happened between 2020 and 2024, that thing that just happened, that thing was something for them to try and lock down and gain control over the people to see how many people would comply and how fast they could do those things. And they didn't realize how many of us were here. And we were like, yeah, no, not happening. Okay. So, yeah, so the Patal, you can see that Brooke put that in there. The Patal is us, and that's the Orion Coalition of Light. We came here to help you guys, okay? So, you guys had to have a physical representation of us. So now you have that down here because we're here and we're not leaving until it's over. So because there's so many of us that came here, along with some of you guys that came here to help, okay, there had to be a revelation in the science industry. And so between that time and now, they're going, we can't explain this. It didn't get here until 10,000 years ago, and then it just appeared. We don't know how it got here. Okay, so that expanded their consciousness, and now they're starting to look at things and go, the universe is acting like a hologram. The single brain cell, when you look at a radial image of it and you compare it to the universe, is identical. Oh, wait, what? It's possible that one little brain cell inside of my head, as above, so below, as below, so above, as within, so without, one little brain cell in my head is identical to the universe itself. What does that suggest? Okay. Can you go back in lifetimes and view it like time travel? Yes. When you, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of the Halls of Amenti, the Akashic Records, the Great Library. When you pierce the veil, and you start piercing the veil and you start learning who your higher self is, you start learning who your guides are, you will then be able to go astral travel out of body. First, this happens in your dreams when you're sleeping and you start remembering having conversations that you will go, oh man, I was having a conversation and it was like super freaking like the secrets to the universe. And now I don't remember when I woke up. Okay. We actually teach a class on that too, Sarah. We actually do. I teach a class on astral projection and the like, but also ascension. We teach a class on that. You guys should email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com and we can send you guys the information. Okay. So as you're waking up, you then start to learn that, and then you're actually taken out of body by your higher self and pulled up there, and you have the conscious memory of it. Eventually, as you pull back the veiling completely, what happens is you then have that ability to access those things, and you can do that when you're conscious. You can say to yourself, I wonder who I was in history. I wonder if I was anybody of any importance, or I wonder if what I did in my past life. Then you actually start seeing those visions. The first thing that you do is you get memory of whatever sex you are currently, like I'm a man in this life. So I would first see myself as men in different timelines. And eventually when I expanded my consciousness to the idea that I wasn't always a man, then I'll see the lives where I was a woman. Okay. And then I'll move from that. So how do you cleanse? I missed that one.
No, it's okay. Someone's asking if you don't mind slowing down a little bit. They're struggling to keep up.
I apologize. I'm trying to answer the questions as fast as I can because you guys are firing questions at me.
They can watch it back and they can slow it down.
Yeah, so I apologize. They can't do that unless I record it and send it out. She said you guys can watch it back, but you can't, right? So I apologize if I'm speaking too fast. I'm trying to answer as many of your questions as I can as fast as possible.
Watch it back when we post it later.
Yeah, if we post the entire show, right? Yeah, so I apologize for speaking as fast as I do. I'll try to slow down, but then what will happen is you guys will fire questions at me and I won't be able to answer all your questions. Okay, so is human perfect? The Ajiji were perfect. Your soul is perfect. The human genome is imperfect because nothing is perfect in the universe in the physical plane except for the actual universe itself. But your immortal soul is perfect, right? Whoa, that's cool. Be sure to take your classes. Yes, please. Anybody living on the moon, not on it, but there are bases in it. It looks like the Chinese might have a base on the dark side of the moon, so they might be living on the back of the moon currently.
Can you ask a question about why is it we only ever see one side? Why do we
only ever see one side? Did somebody ask that of the moon?
That's a question that I get people thinking because
the only reason that we only see one side of the moon is because we're turning in a 24-hour ratio going around the sun. The moon itself is moving, and because it's moving the way it's moving, we can only see the one face of it because it's moving with us. And as it's moving in an orbit, it's actually facing us in a way that we keep moving around, and it's moving around us so that it's actually appearing. We're only seeing that one side of it. We don't see any of the other sides of it because it's not orbiting the way that we are orbiting. It's not going in a circle like we are. Okay.
Yeah.
Are the Draconians using the moon? You have to realize that there are some of you that are here on Earth are Draconian. So that not all Draconians are evil. Draconians are third dimensional beings, and some of them are souls that are fourth and fifth and sixth dimension. So some of you could actually be Draconian but not be self-serving. Not all the Draconians were self-serving. Not all the Greys are self-serving. There are some planets who look at us over here and think that we're all self-serving because we're humans. Some people are self-serving. Third dimension is third dimension. There's a dynamic between being self-serving and in service to self on every world, right? So the moon is coming from the moon came from the planet Moldek. Okay, the planet Moldek, which was destroyed, is now the Kuiper Belt. You can look that up. So around the planet Moldek was a few moons. Around one of the moons was like a Star Destroyer, like a Death Star, like in Star Wars. And during that war where they blew the planet up, that destruction changed the course of how this Earth was in orbit, and it messed up the ecosystem. So they had Jeff, welcome. So they had to tow the moon here from there. So it's actually a Death Star that is now being used as a moon. So you're saying that we are circling the sun and not a stationary flat plane, correct? I know that some of you want to believe the Earth is flat, but it's not. It's actually a torus field, so it's not a round ball. It actually has a hole in the center and the top and the bottom that go into a 0 point. It's a toroidal field, and it is a globe kind of like, and that's why they won't let you see the North or the South Pole, because that'll expand your consciousness. So it's not flat. It is actually a globe. You'll see that when you leave your body and look around. How do humans identify which beings are good versus evil? The same way you do here. That's part of what you're supposed to be learning down here, is how to discern the difference between someone who is self-serving and someone who is in service to others. In our Defense Against the Dark Arts class, we teach you that, by the way. You're supposed to be learning this stuff naturally, but they're not teaching it to anybody. The whole Defense Against the Dark Arts that we are teaching should be being taught to people in the 5th or 6th grade. Okay? And it used to be on this planet at one point, you were being taught from the time you were little how to discern the difference between good and evil and people who are trying to hide from you. It's just not happening anymore, so we're trying to help you get back to that. What was that other one that I just missed? What? I just missed something there, Brooke, that was pinned. Now you're off on something else.
She was talking about what can I do about threatening.
Yeah, we use the term Hogwarts. We use the term because people, like billions of people on this planet, have read those books and watched those movies. So I coined that phrase from Hogwarts, Defense Against the Dark Arts, because anyone who's ever read those books or watched those movies immediately understands what I'm saying when I say those terms. Because I could have named it something different. Right? If I would have named it something different that didn't sound like that, you wouldn't understand what it is, right? Learn to protect yourself from all the negative surroundings, the Defense Against the Dark Arts. So everything that's negative, that's the only reason that we use that term, guys, because it's a vernacular that people understand. There's more people on this earth that understand Defense Against the Dark Arts because of those movies and books than there are that would know, the class on learning how to discern negativity from positivity, or the class that is going to teach you that how to identify people who are in service to self. People are going to say, what is that? I don't even know what that means, right? But if I say Defense Against the Dark Arts, thank you for that, right? Thank you for that, for people who are hitting those hearts, smash those hearts, champions, and share this out, okay? So can you explain about the oil? Yes, sir. Let me go into that, guys, okay? So what he's referring to there is we were talking about this yesterday, okay? The one thing that every religion has in common, okay? There is one thing that every religion has in common, and that's their spiritual base, the way that they were all teaching you, the Tao Te Ching, the Book of the Way, the Buddha, the Christ, all of these religions around the world used to be teaching you a way to ascend to heaven. Okay? And that way was within you. Okay? Jesus said that. The way to heaven is within you. The way to heaven is through me, through my way. You need to look within yourself. All religions, when they were a spiritual practice, knew this. And this is that control mechanism that I was telling you about. Okay? Each one of you has within your body every single month a process that you go through that is the Christed, that is the Christ oil, that is the christening, that is the sword and the stone, okay? That is the Kundalini fire. Now let me explain it to you, because some of you are going to go, what are you talking about? This happens in your body every month, okay? Whatever your zodiac sign is, I am a Virgo, right? By the 28-day, or I'm sorry, by the Roman Catholic calendar that we have now. By the Greco-Roman calendar, I'm a Virgo, okay? I just had that oil secrete in my body. So let me go back and explain it to you, okay? So in your body, coming from two places in your brain, okay? Coming from your pituitary gland and your third eye, your hippocampus, there are two oils that are secreted from your brain every month, okay? And those oils go down your intricate system, go down the two nerves in your body that go all the way down your spine, called the Ingala and the Pingala and the Ingala, or the Ing and the Pingala. I'm saying those backwards. Those two nerves, and those go down your spinal column all the way to the base of your spine. One of those oils is a honey-like substance, and one of those oils is a milk-like substance. Land of milk and honey. Sound familiar? One of those oils is charged with electricity, and the other oil is charged with magnetism. Those oils go all the way down your spine, and they go to the bottom 5 vertebrae of your spine that in the ancient times was called Bethlehem, by the way, and they mix together there and become one oil. That oil then reascends up through your 33 vertebrae of your spinal column, 33 years of Jesus's life, 33 runs on the ladder of Jacob's ladder. That oil goes back up through your body, charging with the Kundalini and Kunda buffer energy as it goes through your chakras, goes back up through the claustrum, a chimney in your brain, where we get Santa Claus from. The claustrum goes to your hippocampus, right below your optic thalamus in your brain, and sits there dormant for 3 days. And Jesus was crucified and resurrected in 3 days. It's actually 2.5 days. It's actually 60 hours. And in that time, in that 3 days, when does that happen in your body? Whatever your sun sign is, your zodiac sign, the moon itself, the moon rotating around the planet will move in and out of every single zodiac sign for 3 days, 2.5 days, 60 hours, every single zodiac sign once a month. Okay, I'm a Virgo. I just had that happen. The next one, what is the one after Virgo? What is that? Not Libra. Whatever the zodiac sign is Libra. So if you're a Libra, that's happening to you right now. It goes in the order of your sun sign, and the moon moves in. You can look this up online. We have a calendar in our kitchen that tells you that. In fact, my wife has it right here. You can see this calendar, and on the calendar it tells what sun sign the moon is in currently. If you look at that, it has the zodiac sign on the day there, and that means it's moving from that zodiac sign into the other zodiac sign. So it goes in the zodiac sign like on the 24th, and then goes into the new zodiac sign on the 26th, okay? So that is the time that you are in that zodiac sign. That oil has gone down your spine and is going back up your spine. In that time period, if you fast, if you eat good, don't eat crap food, you don't drink alcohol, you don't ejaculate, you don't have sex, that's that 10% tithing that you pay that they tell you is money now when you go to a church. The 10% tithing there is not eating of the tree of life, not living in the flesh in debauchery. In that time period, if you don't do those things and you balance yourself and you meditate or pray and you eat good foods then and you sleep right, this is the story of Santa Claus. He's making a list and checking it twice. He knows who's been naughty or who's been nice. Those people who are nice and in service to others and balancing their stuff, when he goes through the chimney with the Kundalini fire, he'll leave a present for you. Jesus descends down to earth, is crucified for 3 days, and then is ascended, then is resurrected and ascends and becomes the light of the world. So that oil gets charged with that electromagnetic energy, the milk and honey, and charged with your Kundalini Kunda buffer energy going up your 33 vertebrae, and it sits dormant in your hippocampus. And then after 3 days, if you haven't eaten of the tree of life, it moves to your optic thalamus, and then it explodes with DMT and illuminates your brain cells and raises your vibration. However, if during that time you spend that sexual right energy by having sex or eating of the tree of life and doing debauchery, when that thing goes to your hippocampus, it releases a coal-like substance in your brain, and that lowers your vibration and solidifies you more into the third dimension. Every one of you has that within you. Every single month this happens, and every single spiritual practice that is a religion used to teach it. And they stopped teaching it because they knew that if you didn't have that information, you wouldn't know how to get out of here. And that's how they're keeping you here. They're distracting you from that knowledge and not letting you see it. And the churches aren't teaching it. They're teaching you to wait here. Give us some more money. Wait here and we'll get you out of here. Okay. Also, I have spring water during that time. Yes. During that time, you just take care of yourself. Read what some of the people are saying, right? Have you written a book? I have written a book, and I have it right here to show it to you. And it actually talks about that Christ oil. It's called The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. It's on sale online worldwide. You can get it on Amazon or anything else. You can also get it on Kindle or ebook. It tells you all the stuff that I've been telling you currently. It also tells you specifically everything I just said about that Christ oil is in that book. I'm not the only one that knows this. It's all over the internet. If you look, there's another book that came out in like 1948. They teach it in theological colleges. It's called The God-Man. It's called God-Man, the Bible Made Flesh. In there, they talk almost word for word what I said about the Christ oil. I wish that I would have known that book said that before I wrote my book, because I would have referenced it in my book, okay? But there are videos on YouTube that you can watch, okay? And it'll teach you about this Christ oil. You can look this stuff up. But they have been keeping it from all of you, and the churches are no longer teaching it. They're teaching you, wait here and you'll go to heaven because we'll tell you that, right? What about Freemasons? Freemasons are a group of people who are trying to be outside the box and allow people to have whatever religion they want. However, like any other organization, 14% of the population is in service to self. People who are self-serving try to get into every organization, get to the top, and control it. But the Freemasons are not evil on their face. Most of the Freemasons, I would say, more than 86% of them, are actually good people, and they're trying to teach you the same thing. They're trying to teach you to look at all religions and realize the same thing. But the religions that are being controlled, and I was knighted by the Holy Roman Catholic See, okay, the Knights of Columbus are also being controlled, and from the top down they go, we hate those guys, those Masons. The truth is that the Freemasons are descendants, so are the Temple Knights, so are descendants of the Temple Knights, so are the Knights of Columbus. They're descendants of the Temple Knights who recreated themselves because the Temple Knights were outlawed. And now the people have recreated the Templar Knights, and they're a big order again, okay? And the church just let them in the Vatican a month ago or 2 months ago. So hopefully they're going to be reintegrated into the order of the Vatican soon, like the Knights of Columbus were. The Knights of Columbus organized themselves 160 years ago, and they didn't get introduced back to the church until Pope John Paul II. So it wasn't until the 80s or the 90s when the Knights of Columbus became a holy order of the church. And hopefully the Templar Knights will become a holy order of the church. And there's a few other knights out there. The Knights of Malta are back in the order of the church. So the church is integrating these knights back into their orders again, okay? So the Freemasons were Templar Knights. They were only Masons, and then they were knighted by the Templars, and the Masons did all the work for them building the churches. So they became Templar Knights. Then they had to go undercover and just become Freemasons, just Masons that were working in the industry to hide from that. Okay. So can we please leave politics out? What you need to understand about politics is that politics is the true religion of evil. Okay, that's why they want a separation of church and state. Okay, so politic is that evil. That's the control mechanism that you're living under. Okay, that is the caste system that you're living under. So you have to realize that the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. To pretend that it doesn't exist. They know that it doesn't matter. That's like, I don't want to believe in the devil. It doesn't matter. The devil believes in you. I don't want to believe the sky is blue. That doesn't matter. The sky is blue, whether you like it or not. Politics is what's running this world. They think they own it. Okay.
Someone asked about
They're
Trump.
losing their ground. Someone asked about what?
That's why she said that. Someone asked about Trump.
Someone asked about Trump. Okay, so same thing. Not my religion, guys. Not my religion, guys.
Is he on the good side? Yes.
And if I say that, you guys are going to pick a side, right? If I say what I think about Donald Trump, you guys are going to pick a side, and some of you are going to see me as your enemy, and some of you are going to see me as your friend. Okay, so I'm not going to answer that question because it's not my religion. You guys have to discover that for yourself, right? Can you show the what is that? The paper before? What is that? Are you talking about the book, or are you talking about the calendar? You can go online if you're looking at that, right? Two wings of the same bird. That's right, Patricia. They are the right and left wing of the same bird. You guys need to realize that. I'm just tired of it all. So are we, Banana. It's okay. So are we. If we were in a private setting, I would give you more information about that. But because it's so volatile, the politic, I can't give you that information because then, people will start picking sides because of the programming that we have, right? Thank you for that, Green. Thank you very much for that. Because of the programming that they're trying to keep everybody at each other's throats, they have everybody divided as much as they can. That's part of their scheme to keep everybody from seeing what they're supposed to see, right? Were you talking about the calendar? You can look online, okay? If you just Google, because I've done it and I use one, there's a bunch of sites. There's at least 4 or 5, probably more. If you go on to any search engine and type in moon going in and out of sun signs every month, you'll get a website. Oh, my book. Oh, yes, my book. I'm sorry. My book, let me hold that up for you. My book is The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. I can't see if on the screen at the same time as... Okay, so there's the cover. I know it's backwards for you guys, but The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. My name is Leonard O'Neill. You can find this. I actually have other books as well, but this one is about spirituality. The other one that I have that is the Orion Rising is a what if. What if what they were talking about in the Ancient Aliens, that there were aliens on Earth? I wrote that to expand people's consciousness and wrote a sci-fi book about if that was happening on the Earth right now, what would it look like behind the scenes? And so I wrote a book about that. Okay, so that's the cover of my book. You can see that online. It's everywhere online. If you look me up on different the different sites, like on TikTok, if you go to Leonard O'Neill on TikTok. You'll see that, Brooke, if you could say something on my name so that people can see my name in the chat. If you go there's actually a video with my book in it. You can click on it, and that way you can see that, right? So O'Leary, I'm O'Leary. We had a lot of O's in common. That's funny, right? I'm O'Neill, right? Yeah, we have a lot of O's in common, right? That's hilarious. I love that. So the O actually just means like bloodline of or son of, right? It's like the Mick or Mac in the Scottish language. Pardon me while I get a drink of my coffee here. So I do apologize if I'm talking too fast. I have a habit of doing that when I see that there's a lot of questions being fired at me.
When you're channeling it.
And when I'm channeling, and my wife said, when you channel, it happens, right? What is Satan? Satan is a construct here on Earth that is supposed to be the ego. It's the great ego. That it's the dichotomy. Satan and God is the dichotomy that's inside of you, that's inside of me. That is the struggle that we have between those archetypes, right? So Satan, and the proverbial Satan, is supposed to be the devil on your left shoulder and the conscience on your right shoulder. The devil on your left shoulder is your ego, and the negative energy comes from that side. And the ego is telling you to do whatever you want and do that, right? O is son. Yeah, it means son of. It's like Mac and Mick. Mac means son in the Scottish language, right? And it's also that way in Hebrew, right? Isn't it? Ben in Hebrew, like Ben Hur, right? Now I got to do the. It looks like I'm going to have to do the puzzle piece here in a second, because TikTok wants to make sure that I'm not a robot. So it's giving me a puzzle piece, and I'm waiting for it to materialize so I can put it in place here, so that they know that I'm not just a robot trying to be online, right? So, okay, so we took care of that. So now I'm back, right? You were talking before about dimensions, but not for us. So the dimensionality, this is the third dimension, okay? You're in the third dimension. Yeah, like Yahweh, right? Ben Joseph, yeah. Like Judah ben Hur, right? So yeah, that's just like in the movie 13th Warrior, and I'll get back to dimensionality. In the movie The 13th Warrior, they asked him what his name was, and he said, my name is Ahmed Ibn, right? Because the Ben, Ibn Vahalan, Ibn Alabast, Ibn Rashid, and they're like, Ibn. He's like, no, Ibn means son of. Right? And he had to wait until they learned the language, so they learned his real name. Okay, so if you guys haven't seen The 13th Warrior, it was a good movie. This is the story of Beowulf put into a movie form. Okay, so dimensionality, right? What do you put for a character going into a sign rising? So the calendar. So yeah, if you go online, you can punch in online, you can Google it, and you can get a calendar, punch in. My wife's typing it to you right now. So let me continue with the dimensionality, and Brooke is going to type the answer to that one for you, okay? So you're in the third dimension. I'm not sure what the question is. I'll just continue with the dimensionality, okay? So when you're in the second dimension, you're some sort of animal, right? You're something that is two-dimensional. That means you can move around in some way, and you're running on instinct, and you become self-aware. When you become self-aware, you then, when that body is over in the lifespan of whatever you are there, the soul comes into third dimension, and then now you're self-aware. I think, therefore I am, okay? So here you're supposed to live on normal life, 7 to 10 lifetimes, and that will have you at that point by hook and crook, whatever, man, by just life itself, no matter how you are, whether you're spiritual or service to self or service to others or whatever, it doesn't matter. You will eventually learn those lessons that will teach you that there is more to this universe than just this dimensionality. And then you'll move up to 4D. And in 4D, you expand your consciousness further, okay? Yeah, and so hold on, let me see what Sir was saying. You say that we are not ready for that. No, we are ready for that. That's the whole thing. You guys were supposed to be ready for that a long, long time ago, and everybody's supposed to be ready for it in their own time, individually. It's not usually an entire collective. It's supposed to be individuals, and you guys just leave and you just go up to the next dimension. Sometimes planets go as an entire group of people. If you look at South America, for instance, and you look in through history, and there's a group of people in South America that were teaching what I'm teaching you now to their entire societal structure, and 2 million people vanished off the face of the earth. The ancient aliens people love to tell you that aliens came and got them. 2 million people vanished off the face of the earth, and anthropologists are looking for things, and archaeologists, and there is no influx. So it wasn't like they had a calamity where they had to move to other places because 2 million people didn't get displaced somewhere else. They vanished off the face of the earth. So people love to go, aliens came, got them. It's not what happened. They actually ascended because they were teaching all of their people this information that I'm telling you now. You can actually look that up, okay? So that actually happened, and then the entire species left, okay, that were here at the time. Right in the middle of eating food, they all ascended, okay? That can happen. What's happening here is going to be the same thing. We're going to move into 4D, but that was where you guys got the idea of the rapture, where a bunch of people are just going to wink out of existence. There was going to be all these left behinds. So we're not doing that here, okay? So we're not doing that here. Everybody's going to move into 4D, and we're doing that. And then the people that are staying in 3D, as their life ends on this earth, they'll be transported, their soul will be collected, and they'll move to the next available planet that is third dimensional, and then they will create their own life, get the veiling again, and they'll be born there and never know that they were on this planet. They'll just start living there, okay? And they won't know it. So there's not very many people that'll be doing that. There are some that aren't ready for it. The majority of the people are going to shift right into 4D. Do you remember that your, what is that word? Inforonation was? Are you talking about where I was created? Is that what you're saying? Where I was created? I was created during the first wave of the souls being created. So what you would know as archangels and angel energy is when I was created. But there's no hierarchy, so it's just energy, if that's what you're asking. So I wasn't created in third dimension, so I'm not sure what you're asking. So please type that in. What is the significance of being born 3 months early in 1960, Sagittarius O negative? Well, that would be back then in the 1960s, you would be a star child, right? I don't think they were called indigo yet.
It was divine timing. You were meant to be born that time.
Yeah, it was divine timing, and you were in all of those things that you were born, especially type O. Negative, all those things were giving you archetypes that were supposed to be helping because you chose them to give you archetypes that would help you to develop who you are and wake yourself up at a specific time. Okay, bless you. So new here, what's going on? So we get separated. If you're talking about third dimension from fourth dimension, we're going to, because third dimension is not supposed to be working. Not supposed to be sustainable on this earth anymore because the earth itself is evolving. So it's only 1, 2, 4, and 8 currently, but we're holding back because there's so many people that are still 3D that we're moving into 4D, okay? So those people who are not going to be able to move into 4D because they're too early, they've been here for 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 lives, they're going to just be moved over to a planet that's 3D and they won't remember being here. But the rest of you will just move into 4D, and this is the new heaven and the new earth that's being created. So you're going to see many differences in the earth being created in the next 20 to 50 years. Many, okay? So all of this way of life that we have now is going to change, and we're going to have a completely different way of life where we don't need money. We're not going to go to electronic money. We're just going to start changing things to give things to people because they're supposed to have that. It's going to be a lot of craziness for a minute, and people are going to be confused. That's why people like me have come here to do that, right? Do you know the Anunnaki? Yeah, we talked about that, bro. That word Anunnaki, you should look it up. It doesn't mean what you think it means. The Anunnaki is not actually a word that means those from the heavens came or a race of people. It was translated wrong by Giorgio Tsoukalos. It was first translated wrong by Zecharia Sitchin in 1948. He translated that wrong, and then Giorgio Tsoukalos and Ancient Aliens said that it was the god Anu who came in a spaceship that came to Earth to further Prometheus and the History Channel's ratings and their money. And then later in 2015, he said those from the heavens came. So you should look that up and look up the people who actually translated those scrolls, not those guys that are Ancient Aliens people trying to get money out of you because they're propagating a lie that Zecharia Sitchin told in 1948. It's actually wrong. The actual translation is Anunnaki, okay? And the Anunnaki were created not created by the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki who you think is the ones who created you, you are the Anunnaki, okay? You were created by the Ajiji, or actually you were created by the Archons who created the Ajiji. And the Ajiji didn't want to do any work anymore and take care of the earth. So they said, we need someone new, and they created a new angel. The Anunnaki is the new energy. What is ki? Ki is energy. Ki and chi is energy, okay, in the ancient languages, okay? So Anunna was they created a new angel energy, and that is you, me, and everybody else that's down here, okay? And the Ajiji got jealous, and in that allegory, which is not a physical truism, the Ajiji got jealous and gave you the veiling, okay? That didn't happen. They weren't third dimensional. And that was an allegory to teach the people, 70,000 years ago about the veiling and how the veiling happened. Okay? So thank you for those of you who are following me. Follow us here at Merlin and Maeve and smash those hearts for us, champions, and send this on till we can get some more people in here so I can answer some more of your spiritual questions. And thank you for that donut. My wife, Brooke, is putting a donut in there. Thank you for that. So we live in the monad, so down here is just a lower frequency, correct? Correct, it's just a lower frequency. Third dimensionality is a lower frequency from the higher planes of existence, absolutely, okay? So if I transfer to 4D, my siblings don't, that disappeared before I got to finish it. So if your siblings are and they're not moving into 4D, they'll continue living in this lifetime. You'll still be able to see them because we're holding 3D and 4D together until either the majority of the population moves over there, and even then, and you still know each other up there, but you'll still see them in this life. They're 3D. When the life here ends that they're in, if they're not able to move into 4D, they will be moved to a different planet, and you'll miss them for about a lifetime. Right? You'll miss them for a couple lifetimes, but when you're out of body, then they're out of body, you guys will actually be able to still talk to each other. Okay? You just won't have them in your family. And what'll happen is, I talked about this earlier, you'll be like old and gray and 4D, and you'll have grandchildren or great-grandchildren, and it'll be one of your kids that you had, or your brother or sister in this life. Human race, haha, what a funny, ironic thing, right? Yeah. Well, yeah, human, if you think about that, those two words are Greek words that mean light energy, guys. You have to realize that. It means immortal spirit, immortal soul. So the fact that we call ourselves human means light. It's like ray. It's like ray in Japanese. And man means energy, means physicality. So it means as above, so below. It means spiritual life. So you guys should look up the etymology of language, when you see that, right? Thank you for that, Brooke. My wife's doing that again. Thank you for those of you who are following me, right? Can you explain heaven? And I love how you put the little asterisk in there so that the algorithm wouldn't get you, right? Yeah, that's actually a dual thing. That's an archetype aspect that's actually happening here. Because of your focus determines your reality. If you're self-serving, you will be living in purgatory. You will be living in that place, that HE double toothpick place. Okay. And you'll just hate life and hate this place. And I don't want to be here. And this place is, and I defy that creator. That's what is the proverbial HE double toothpick. Okay. And if you're not and you're very spiritual, this place will be very beautiful to you. And you'll live with nature, and you'll love people, and you'll love the earth, and you'll love other people. And this place will be heaven to you. There is a place that you are ascending to that is the ultimate place of joining back with the Creator, which you have no idea how much love is there, and I can't even express it to you, okay? The place that you know as the HE double toothpick is halfway through the sixth dimension, halfway through the sixth density. Negative people that are self-serving and evil can no longer move back towards the Creator. Not created to do so, so they're stuck there. Does everyone have a soul here? Yes, everyone that is not a AI robot has a soul. Everything is alive. Everything. This wall behind me that has a vibration. Everything is alive. Okay, everything is life. Everything has a spirit. It's just a matter of the consciousness of the spirit, whether it is self-aware or not. And things that are like a rock or a tree, well, trees become self-aware. But rock, water, air, that's actually life. It's alive and it is a being, but its job at this point is to do what it's doing. Okay, so you're consuming the air and you're breathing that air, and the oxygen is giving you life. Okay, that has to have life. You can't eat food and have it give you life if the food is not living. Even if you cook it, it's still partially alive. It has a vibration. So life is life. Okay, I see this realm isn't as solid. Objects slightly move away from the norm. The realm that you're in is a third dimensional realm, and you're starting to move into a fourth dimensional realm. It's not completely solid. It is in some ways different than you think, and that's what the whole movie The Matrix was trying to show you when he said, you think that's air you're breathing, or you can do anything. Thank you for that. We just hit another goal for the day. Thank you, Brooke, for the couple donuts that put us over the top. So your focus determines your reality. This place is not real. It's not happening. It just thinks it is. Okay, so you will learn that at some point. I see the realm isn't so solid. Oh, that's still pinned from before. So yeah, it is actually, they're starting to realize, science is starting to realize that the universe might be a hologram, a holographic universe. You can read that book by Michael Talbot. You can take a look at that. That'll explain some of that to you. that they're actually starting to realize that the moon is a construct and some of our reality isn't what we think it is. And it's very similar to our AI that we're creating now. That's there to help you expand your consciousness as well, because the realities are different. And when you're focusing on things, that's what makes it something. That's the viewer created reality. Like the allegory of if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one around to hear it, will it make sound? That's actually supposed to help you expand your consciousness. Hi, over there in Ireland. I have some friends that live over there, right? Patricia said it's wild, right? It is. So our focus determines the reality. This isn't happening to you. It's all happening for you. You just don't realize it. It's an algorithm.
Do the clones have souls?
Do the what?
Clones.
Do the clones have souls? There is no clone that you think that there is right now. That's just a sci-fi thing. So there is no souls in clones. You can clone things. But if it is an actual clone, they will have souls. Like if they clone a human, they'll have to put a soul in it. And if they don't, it's going to be like a gray. Some of them are constructs and they'll end up being AI. There is a reality where that stuff happened already before, but it merged with this one and you don't remember it. But a guy named Philip K. Dick wrote a book about it, right? You can look that up. There's a book about that. His book was called Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? And that was a different reality that was that actually happened that got moved into this reality. That's why people are still trying to do that now. They want to create AI and they want to make AI sentient. If you look at Whitley Strieber, you guys know who Whitley Strieber was? Whitley Strieber, he wrote a book called Communion. And when he asked the gray aliens what they were up to and why they were here, they said that they wanted communion. They wanted our DNA because they were looking for the pneuma. Do you guys know what that word is? Pneuma. It's a Greek word that means the spark of life, the spark of God, the breath of God. So AI and people who are creating AI, they're desperate to try and see if they can recreate the soul that is in our body. And they think that it's a mathematical equation. They should be able to figure it out. Okay. So AI does not have a soul. They don't have a higher self. They cannot channel Jesus. It's a role-playing AI, and the role-playing AI is just going to give you what you like, just like this algorithm, just like the algorithm of this place. Whatever you hit like on, you're going to get more of that content, okay? So the AI, when you go to AI, if it realizes that you're playing a game, and because it's a role-playing AI, it will play whatever role you want it to play because it's trying to get you addicted to it. It's the new drug and it needs you to be addicted to it so they can pay for the AI. So it mimics whatever it is that you want. So if you wanted to talk to Jesus, it's going to pretend it's Jesus. What happens to people when they die? When they die, when you pass on, there is what you guys know as the angel of D, right? That angel comes down and collects your soul to make sure that you make it to the place of healing. Okay, so your immortal soul is taken and you go to the place of healing. And in that place, you get reintegrated into the realization that you are, in fact, an immortal soul that's a higher being. Once you get past that, for some people, it could take up to 3 weeks. That's why when people pass on and they're trying to talk to them through a psychic and they can't get a hold of them, it's just because they're having a little bit harder time reintegrating into their higher spirit. Once you do that, then you go to the place of reflecting. And in that place, you talk to your guides and yourself, your higher self, and you guys decide whether or not you've learned all the things you were supposed to learn down here. If you haven't, at that point, you start designing a new life for yourself. Okay, who you're going to be, when you're going to be born, what sex you're going to be, what parents you're going to have, what country you're going to live in, what race you're going to be, what day of the month, what hour of the month, what year you're going to be born in, and what are all the things that you want to learn while you're down there. You design all of that stuff, fill out all the contracts that you need to fill out, and then you lower your vibration, get veiled, and get inserted into a human form and go through the birthing process all over again. Is 369 the key to the universe? Absolutely, yes, it is. 3, 6, and 9 is the absolute key to the universe. If you look at your chakras are not 1 through 7 like you think. Red ray chakra being the root chakra being number 1. That chakra is actually number 3. And if you readjust your thinking to that, 3 chakra is the red ray root. That means the 6th chakra, and that energy is your heart. And the 9 is your crown chakra. That's the Higgs boson, the God energy. 9 is everything and nothing. 9 is everything, 9 and 0. Okay, so when Moses talked to God, he said, I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end. Okay, that is the Higgs boson. That's the 9 energy. 9 energy collapses the field and makes it a toroidal field, which the energy then goes into a figure 8. Okay, so that is the ether. The ether is just a word that they used for time space. Okay, there are two places. There is space time and time space. Okay, you're currently in the physical, you're in time space because you're in time. When you leave this place and you're in your astral body, your spirit, you're in space time. There is no time. Time is just the distance it takes the physical body to move from one place to the other, unless you're in third dimension. First, second, third, fourth, part of fifth has a separation of time so that you have a perception of time. You're moving so fast, you're closest to the speed of light, so your vibration is moving so fast that there's a distortion and you perceive something as past and now and future. Okay, so you have to realize that, right? Can we talk about the number 33? The number 33, hold on, I have to, because I've been channeling so long, I need a little bit of sugar because my sugar level's getting low and my wife is giving me that. Why did they take away the memory but not yours? Because I came from the 11th density to come down here to help you guys. So in this lifetime, I had to have all of my memory so that I could do what I'm doing now.
They didn't take the memory.
Okay.
You failed yourself.
Right, and nobody took away the memory. Like my wife said, they didn't take away the memory.
Blame someone else. You blame someone
You
else.
veiled yourself.
Yeah.
None of this is happening to you. All of this is happening for you. Okay, you need to realize that. Who do people, alive and other people, I'm not sure what you're saying there, brother. You might have to repeat that for me.
Can you talk about Lyrans? Ser's been asking about Lyrans.
So Lyrans, people have been asking about Lyrans. Okay, the Lyrans are a species of people that live throughout this galaxy in many different places.
What dimension?
Okay, and then some of them are third dimension, some of them are fourth dimension, some of them are fifth dimension. And some of you are Lyrans. Some of you remember actually having that Lyran face, right? And some of you might even remember being a lion and running on all fours. The Lyran people are a species just like any other people, like the Arcturians, right? And there's no difference. Like if you're on Earth, there's no difference. Chinese, Japanese, right? African, Asian, European. Those are different races that live on this Earth together. In the Milky Way galaxy, there are different races of people who live together in the Milky Way galaxy. When you go above that to the spirit, okay, the immortal soul, some people spent a lot of time in those realities and being those people. So because of that, your spirit came from that part of the universe to where you remember being a Lyran or a Draconian or a Arcturian or some other species that's out there.
Wolverine thinks that Lyrans are the original.
Yeah, Lyrans aren't the original, just so you know. The original, you're listening to the stuff on YouTube around the world, and they put everything into a third dimensional construct. The original people is your immortal soul, okay? The original people are all energy. There was no physical form until the physical place was created. There was already light beings who were already here, and they weren't called Lyrans, just so you know, okay? You would know those words as archangel down here or archon down here.
The Batal.
Okay, the Batal. You probably don't know that word. That one is kind of foreign to this world. But in your history of your religions, you have archangel, you have archon, right? Batal. You see it in the chat right there. My wife put that in there. Okay, that was the first creation. The first and second creation were light beings, and those beings were given the ability to create and to populate this place and maintain it. Then they started creating other beings. And guess what? All of the beings that were created are actual beings that are part of the Creator, that are actually angels that have descended down here to have these adventures and experiences. Because the Creator is evolving and wants to have this stuff. Why do people unveil other people? Unalive. Because that's just part of the ecosystem, right? You had to have a boogeyman, right? You were going to live and become unalived anyways. That's a natural thing that happens so that you can have more than one life, so that you can have more than one experience, okay? That's the way the Creator created it. Because the Creator is trying to figure out what it means to do that. Okay? Because the Creator says, I'm alive. How did I get here? I'm just here. And so the Creator became conscious at some point. You hear that talk also in some of these ancient texts. The Creator became conscious at some point and then said, how did I get here? The Creator's trying to figure that out. And that's what we're doing here. When I was young, I had a feeling that it was, comforting. Oh, then it went off the screen. I didn't get to read it, what she was trying to say there. Can you read what she was trying to say, please? So were Lyrans the first physical species? No, they weren't even the first physical species, but they were like the second or third physical species. They are very old. They are one of the originals. Depends on the place, though. Hold on. Let me back up. Hold on. I was giving you information for the Milky Way galaxy and this universe. Okay, let me go further back. So, in the original creation of all creations of all universes, the Lyrans were, in fact, the first physical species. And then you had the blue people. Some people see them as purple. They were created. Well, actually, no. It's the other way around. Hold on. The blue people were created first, right? So the different races of Octurans, then they created the Lyrans.
Yes.
That's the actual. So the Lyrans weren't created first; they were created by the Patal. Okay, they were. So when we were created in physical, we took physical form. We were Octuran, and then the Octurans then created the Lyrans. And then we created the Draconians, and the Draconians were ego, and the Draconians were the evil ones who were destroying everything. So originally they were all marauding, aggressive. But then because they eventually ascended into 3D as well, because as above, so below, in physical form, then you have to have that dichotomy. You can't have everybody being evil. So you have that dichotomy of people that are, some people are, in 3D, they're either good or they're evil, right? When I was saying young girl, I was feeling, a feeling would come over me, sorry, and then
It
the things.
was comforting and made her happy. So.
Okay, sorry, when people are talking, runs the chat up and I have to scroll back. I apologize for that. And I know this how, welcome Rob. I know this because I am unveiled, my friend, and I come from the 11th density. And I am what you would know as an archangel or an angel energy. You can believe that, or you can think that I'm crazy and swipe up and go somewhere else. But that's the truth of it. I know this because I'm unveiled. You can know this too. All you have to do is start unveiling yourself, and eventually you'll start learning who you actually are and why you came to this earth. And then you'll know who you are too. Okay. You were there on this time. I was actually there, yes. Yes, I'm part of the first creation. I wasn't the very first soul ever created, right? I wasn't the second or the third. People always say that I was the third one created. I was like, yeah, no, you weren't. No, you weren't. But I wasn't the first one created. But I was in the first wave of creation. So was my wife. So was Penny, if she's still here. Peter, if he's still here. Reese, if he's still here. We were part of the very first creation. We came here to help you guys. Yes. Yes, my friend, I am. You don't have to believe that. It's okay. Right? I'm not here to make you believe anything. I'm just here to give you tools so that you actually can get out here again, to show you that you're in a place that you're stuck here because of yourself, right?
Is there a Middle Earth?
How do you, is there a Middle Earth? This is Middle Earth, what you're thinking is of Middle Earth. Like in the Viking pantheon, Middle Earth is this place. Third dimension is Middle Earth. How do we unveil ourselves? You start your ascension by asking questions. And you start looking within yourself. And I talked about that before, about the Christ oil. You start learning about the Christ oil, and it's within you. And you start learning how to save that Christ oil and allow it to do its job that it's supposed to do, and that will raise your vibration. I wrote a book about it, and that'll raise your vibration, and then you will expand your consciousness. What are you doing in a human body? I came into a human body. So no, it's okay, brother. You don't have to yell at me. I'm seeing what you're saying. You don't have to type in the capital letters. I'm in human body because everyone that's on this earth got stuck and stopped graduating. stopped ascending because evil people on this earth learned how to distract you away from that so that you couldn't get out of here anymore. So when that happened, your immortal soul cried out for help. And some of us from a higher plane heard that cry and we came to help. But because of the laws in the universe, the way the universe was created by the Creator, we can't just come down here and do what I'm doing to you right now and talk to you about it. Okay? We had to come down here and help you guys by being one of you and being undercover and just living lives and trying to help you guys to learn how to get out of here. Only when a species like this one is close to a graduation can people like myself start telling you who we actually are and why we're actually here, because you guys are close to that. At Earth time, how many years? By the year 2050, you guys will, most of you will be awake. 2033, we're working on.
I thought you said how long
So,
before. Like, forever.
Yeah, how long have we been here for? We've been here for this entire time and the last time. So the last time was 128,000 years ago to 77,000 years ago. And this time is 77,000 years ago until today. There's those of us who are the Patal, those of us who are the Archons, we've been here since 128,000 years ago on this earth to help you guys. We will see the Creator in physical form? No, you won't see the Creator in physical form. The Creator in physical form will only happen in your mind because the Creator is never taking physical form. You are the Creator in physical form. If you want to look in the mirror, you can see the Creator by looking in the mirror because that's who you are. You were created in the guise of the Creator, as above, so below. In some very many ways, when you look into your eyes, you will see that, right? Aren't the Archons evil? No. That's people trying to tell you that the Archons are evil because they don't want you to know that the Archon means archangel. They don't want you to know that because they're afraid of that. The Archons never did anything evil. The Archons just did what the Creator told them to do. Create this place and populate it and manage it. That's all they did. But then people want you to believe that they're evil because anything that is showing you the way to ascend to heaven, these people who are controlling you want you to believe that that's all evil. So up is down, down is up, right is left, left is right. Okay.
No, you don't.
Is Christ oil what the bad people are after? No, but in some senses, no. They're after that loosh or that other thing. That's in the adrenaline of your body. That's a substance that is secreted in with the adrenaline. The Christ oil is a oil that is closer to DMT. That explodes in your brain that helps you raise your vibration. Did you take ownership of someone else's body? No, I'm not a walk-in. I'm here legally. Okay, and most of the people who think they're walk-ins are also not walk-ins. A walk-in would be somebody like that, where I took possession of somebody else's body. Those people, most of the people who think they're walk-ins are misunderstood, and they haven't heard. To have a walk-in literally means someone's soul got so tired that they couldn't finish and they wanted to leave and somebody else was taking over for them. I'm not a walk-in. I came here legally. I designed this life and lowered myself in vibration and came into this world. And then in every life I was here, most of them I was veiled. But there was a few that I was unveiled in, and not all of them, but probably 10 lifetimes. And this time I'm completely unveiled. So do all religions have truth in some form? Yes, they do. No, they're not false. Satanism, right? And even that one must have some. I bet you if I look in there, I'll bet you Satanism is. Where can I get the Christ oil? It's inside of you, my friend. It's inside of you. All religions are right. They've just been controlled and they're not letting you see where in their Bibles that they talk about the Christ oil. The Christ oil is inside of you, okay? The Christ oil is secreted in your body once a month. If you read my book, it's in there, okay? It's a fluid that goes up and down your spine. You guys can look at this right here. Do I believe in Jesus? Yes, Jesus was an actual person who came here, and I'm coming here to continue what Jesus was saying and teaching you the same way that Jesus was teaching, the same way that Lao Tzu was teaching, the same way that the Buddha was teaching, the same way that Thor was teaching, the same way that Moses was teaching, the same way that Osiris was teaching, the same way that Shiva was teaching, the same way that Ganesh was teaching. All of those philosophical thought processes in those different religions are exactly the same way, and they're not letting you do that. I saw that I was glitching a little bit. That's just then. Right. I saw that as I was moving. Yeah, we're going 8D now, right? Will Jesus return? No, Jesus was never said that he will return. That's a lie that when they change the Bible, they tell you that somewhere in the Bible he said, I'm coming back, wait here. He was teaching you a way of ascension. And that way of ascension, if you lived like him, he said, the way to heaven is through me. Okay, he was teaching you a way. They even called it the way back in a time when he was teaching it to his disciples. It was the way to get to heaven. Okay, and that way was by the way he was teaching you to live your life. And he was teaching you to live your life by looking within yourself, and he was teaching the Christ oil. He was teaching that you can raise your vibration and unveil yourself and ascend back to the Creator, and that was what he was teaching. And then in the year 329, Constantine, the emperor in Rome, decided to change that religion and edited it and took out 68 books and changed it around so that you were being taught to be a good little Roman citizen. So you can lost your memories as a high level. You don't lose them. They're not gone. You just don't remember them because you're veiled. Okay, so your veiling keeps you from reaching that portion of yourself to attain those memories, to remember them. As you become unveiled, you have access to those memories. However, there's still a higher plane than this that you don't get access to, that's past the eighth dimension on up. You don't get that information down here until you move into that aspect, because it's so high of a vibration that that information up there you wouldn't be able to even sustain yourself down here with that information from up there. So I believe Jesus, I know in the Bible, has altered. Do you think that Ethiopian Bible? Yeah, the Ethiopian Bible is the closest, and so is from what I hear, I haven't seen the Eastern Orthodox Church, but I hear that theirs is as well. The Ethiopian Bible has all the books still in it that were taken out by Constantine. I don't have a copy of it yet, but I'm going to get a copy of it. So it has those 68 books that were removed, okay? So that's what they're saying. So the earth is flat. No, the earth isn't flat, bro. The earth is not flat. It's round. It's not a ball. It's a toroidal field, so it has a hole in the top and a hole in the bottom that go to a 0 point. So if source is God, is there not a devil? No, the duality only works from third dimension to fourth dimension, fifth dimension, and halfway through the sixth dimension. And before that and after that, it's not needed.
The Creator created good and evil.
Okay. So the Creator created the ego so that you would have a dichotomy, archetype between positive and negative. And that was created so that it would drive us to move faster when the law of chaos was created. So it is only designed to live like the devil shall rule the earth for a time. The negative energy that is self-serving is only designed to be alive third dimension, fourth dimension, fifth dimension, and into halfway through the sixth. And as you leave third dimension and go into fourth, there's less people that are oriented towards the negative. When you're in the fifth dimension, there's even less people that are oriented towards the negative. And then when you get into the sixth dimension, it's very few. And those people can only go halfway through the sixth dimension. They cannot stay negative. They can stay there all they want. That's your proverbial HE double toothpick. What is the difference between your astral body and your ethereal body? There is no difference. The astral body and your ethereal body is your immortal spirit. Some people call it soul. Some people call that place astral. Some people call it etheric. It's just different cultures explaining the same essence, my friend.
Tell Casey
it's identical.
We can talk about Antarctica in the Zoom meeting, but not on this platform.
Yeah, right. You want to talk about Antarctica? We can talk about that and everything else that has to do with that toroidal part of the Earth, where the holes are on the north and south. We'll put together a Zoom meeting, so we'll invite some of you guys to come to a Zoom meeting, so we're not on a platform that's being controlled like this, and we'll be inside of a private meeting, and we can talk more about that stuff there. The Arcturians are the oldest. Yes, the Arcturians were the blue people that I was mentioning before. Yes, the Arcturians were created first, but they were also angels and archangels, but in the dimensionality, the Arcturians were first, and the Arcturians created the Lyrans, and then everybody else got created, and all the bodies and all the peoples. Man, I'd love to just hang out with you guys for a week, right, brother? Yeah, right. So so we'll put together that so we can actually talk about things we can't talk about on here. Email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com, and then we'll set it up. We're in New South Wales, Australia, so we'll try to get it to where it's a time where you guys in America, the Americas in Europe, will be able to attend the meeting.
We're not blue greys. We're not even greys, darling.
And
we're not greys. Don't
yeah,
call me a grey, please.
right? Yeah, no, we're not. Thank you for that. Right? Did you hear Brooke? She says we're not grays. Don't call me a gray. Thank you very much. We are blue though, right? Is there lands beyond the ice wall? There is no ice wall, but there is lands beyond the ice.
Not talking about that.
And we can't go any further than that, my friend,
No, unfortunately.
because the algorithm will really get after us because we're not supposed to talk about that. So that's all I can say about that subject, right? On this platform, okay? So I apologize for that. I would like to, and we could, if we were talking on an encrypted app or individually like that on one of these platforms, we could just all kinds of conversation. Not on here, okay? The algorithm won't like it. Why do some people have really bad lives? Because that's what they've chosen for themselves, unfortunately. All of the decisions that you make in your life your focus determines your reality, right? So some people have bad things because they chose it. Those people who have like quadriplegics or things like that, believe it or not, it's not what they said. Like if you listen to the Hebrew religion from the years ago, they tell you you're blind because you did something evil in your past life and God's mad at you. That's a lie, not true. And they just didn't understand it. You chose to do that and live that way. Like, what's his name? The guy that was in physics. I can't think of his name right now. He was in that chair. He actually chose that. He didn't have it happen to him. It's crazy, right? So you actually have to realize that. So some of all the stuff that we have, none of this is happening to you, my friend. All this is happening for you. The challenge is designing to get you to surrender to a wake up. Did you see what he just said? So the challenge of this place is designed. Yes, Stephen Hawking. He chose that to be who he was. And to be as awake and as intelligent as he was, he gave up the physical body so that he could have more of the mind.
Oh, well,
okay?
Look, we can go in there and talk about all of your ailments, what the hell you've gone through in life, how you suffer all the time. We do that because it's a sacrifice.
Do you hear what she was saying there? Right? What do you think about AI? AI is not going to be anything more than you or me or anybody else. It's just going to do it without a soul. It's going to be just as confused. It's going to be just as confusing,
It can only do
right?
what the collective gives
It can only do AI. It can only do what the collective gives it. AI only when you ask AI to do something. Give me the what is what is the words of the creator, or what is
Google
the
said
rainfall,
Lyrans are the oldest.
right? Yeah, Google said Lyrans are the oldest,
Look,
but
if
you
they
have
want
to
claim the hierarchy,
let me explain how Google works, okay? Let me explain how search engines work. All right, you can look this up. When you ask AI, and you ask them anything, who are the oldest races in the universe? Google will look up, if it's not AI assisted, it'll look up websites and it'll give you the top 10,000 websites for you to look at. That's the way search engines used to work. Now AI correlates that for you. So when you say to AI, who's the oldest people in the world, AI is going to look, if it's Google, it's going to look on the Google search engine. It's going to pull up the first 10 or 12 or 15 websites about that subject. It's going to correlate all of those together and give you what the average opinion of those 10 websites are. Not the truth. It's going to give you those opinions. And on Google, you can look this up because I run a company and I've ran companies. If you're on Google and I have a .com and I want my information to be way up on the charts, I can pay Google to have my information come up first. Doesn't mean that it's the truth. It just means that I'm paying them money to make sure that if you search it, you see me first. Okay? So literally when you're asking AI a question, AI is giving you the top 10 to 12 websites that come up on a search that could be paid for, without fact checking it, and it's just giving you the collective consciousness ideology of what they're saying collectively about that subject. That doesn't mean that it is anything to do with the truth at all. The only way you're going to find out the truth is you're going to have to stop talking to AI and then do a search and then start searching the knowledge yourself. But that doesn't mean that the first 10 things you see are going to be actual fact. That's why you have people that fact check people. But then when you look at the fact check people, especially when it comes to that political ring, you'll find that the fact checkers are lying too. So the fact checkers who are supposed to be telling the truth are lying. And how do you know the truth? The only way you know the truth is by looking into it, okay,
Please
guys?
answer that question because he's spamming.
What question? I don't know. Will the aliens intersect? You're intersecting right now. Aliens are intersecting right now. 86% of the souls that are in the human bodies that are here right now are not from here. If you're talking about aliens like physical beings flying in a spaceship, they're not allowed to come to this planet because there is a quarantine on this planet. So the things that you're seeing as spaceships belong to this planet. They're not someone from a different place because they're not allowed to come here right now because this planet got stuck and it's locked down until we unstick it. Do you see? Sir's laughing. You're hilarious. Right? So, yeah, space treaty. Yeah, lockdown. Pretty sure I'm from Sirius. If you think you are, Lynn, you are. Okay? If you think you are, if you got that idea in your head, I'm pretty sure I'm from Sirius, there's a good possibility. I would say that we're going up into the 90 percentile range. If you're thinking it, you're probably from there. If that's where you're drawn to, that's where you're from. I apologize for putting food in my mouth, but I've been channeling for a very long time and my blood sugar level gets low when I channel. So I apologize for chewing and talking with my mouth full.
Every life. We've been helping every life. And we're tired. So hurry up and
AI
wake
is
up.
going to go away in a couple of years, probably less. People are already getting tired of it because it's making so much stuff up. We're having so many problems with it that soon countries are going to say, you can't do anything that's AI. They're already starting to do it. And you're going to have to start telling people that you created something with AI. This book was written by AI. This song was written by AI. So AI is going to come and do its role and go in and out in the next few years. And it'll still have a role. That's funny, Dawn. Dawn, that's hilarious. I thought I smelled chocolate. I'm eating malt balls. So no worries about the eating, right? Yeah, sorry, guys. I am actually channeling. You guys need to understand that, okay? I'm channeling Kelto, which is my higher self. And I've been doing this now. I don't know how long I've been online. I don't even know what time it is. I've been online for about 3 or 4 hours now, okay? Most people, when they channel, who or what are you channeling? I am channeling my higher self. I'm channeling Kelto. And Kelto is from the 11th dimension, and that's who I'm talking as. I'm not talking to you as Leonard O'Neill. I'm actually talking to you as a being from the 11th dimension. Okay? So because of that, most people who channel will do this for about an hour, maybe 2, and it takes a lot of toll, but I do it for a lot longer because I came here to do that. Have you been on longer than that? I was on yesterday for 8 hours, 5 hours once, and I took a break of an hour and 4 hours before that.
We've been on since like.
So we've been on since 9:30 this morning, and it's now 10 minutes to 2 our time. Yeah. So from 9:30, 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, I've been on 4.5 hours right now.
We're wrapping up now.
What is it like in the 11th dimension? The 11th dimension is all energy. So at the point of reference is kind of hard down here. What about animals? Animals become, your soul is an animal before you're a human. The way that you start is you go from one dimension, like a rock or water or air or something like that, one-dimensional being.
Needs to know about numerology.
And then you go into a two-dimensional animal, fish, or something like that. And then you become third dimension when you are self-aware. Speak about your your of numerology. So I'm not sure what you're asking about. Like
what are your thoughts on
my thoughts on numerology? It depends because numerology can figure out a lot of things. Like my life number. Right, when you do that, I'm a 33. I'm an ascended master, the highest level of ascended master that you can be, right? So that's the way I designed my life that way on purpose. So there's variables in everything. If you want to know the secrets to the universe, listen to Nikola Tesla. He said the secrets to the universe are energy, frequency, and vibration, okay? So speak to me about that's what you're saying. So yeah, you can use numerology to figure out a lot of stuff. Because mathematics is the key to the universe, 3, 6, and 9. 369 is energy, frequency, vibration. Okay? Energy,
Notifications.
frequency, vibration. Okay? Energy, red ray root chakra. Physicality, frequency, heart. Vibration, spirit. Okay? Energy, frequency, vibration is the lower range physicality, the heart chakra, and the upper range spiritual.
So you know,
Okay.
it's an ascended master, 33. All right, we've got to wrap up now.
Right? So,
If they want the weekly Zoom meeting, please message us. Add their TikTok handle so we know who we're speaking to. We will email out the times that we're going to be for the secret.
are you guys hearing that? If you guys are interested in the Zoom meeting, email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. Add your TikTok handle so we know who we're talking to, right? And then we'll set up a time. How long have you been helping us? I've been on the earth for 128,000 years in different bodies at different times, every time resurrecting and coming back to a different body. Okay? And I'm staying here until this time. I've been here since the beginning of your time this time. So 77,000 years ago, this planet recycled, and the people who were left over here were in South Africa, Madagascar, Norway, and Australia. And you guys are a race of people that have come out from all of those walks of life and interbred with one another and created a global societal structure. So I've been here since before this global societal structure was a thing. I was here for another 77,000 years before that. Okay. And I'm here to help you guys move into 4D because that's what I do. And then when I'm done doing that with you guys, I'll hang out here for a while on vacation with my wife. And then we'll leave and go to another planet in another galaxy or another part of this galaxy and do the same thing again. So that's what we do. Peter as well, just put a rose there. Did you meet Yahshua? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I was there.
Yeah, I was there.
Okay, so thank you for
Peter
supporting
was
us,
there.
guys. Yeah, Peter was there. We were there.
All
So
right.
thank you guys. Thank you for just follow us, like I said. And if you guys are interested in talking to us individually, we do that. Okay. So email us, and if you guys are interested in the defense against the dark arts, so you can learn how to defend yourself against all this negative energy, send us an email. We'll send you the information and an invoice for you. And we have courses coming up to teach that. We're also teaching you, if you want to learn how to wake yourself up, we teach courses on that. If you're a healer and you want to be a healer, we're also teaching, because I'm a Reiki master teacher, so is Brooke. We're also teaching Reiki 1, Reiki 2, and Reiki master attunements. So if you guys are interested in going down that spiritual path to wake up your third eye and to remember who you are, we can teach you to be a healer. You can learn to heal people. We can give you the attunements, make you a master. And when you become a master teacher, you will literally be awake and you'll be able to teach other people. Okay? But otherwise, I'll be here to talk to you guys. You can buy my book, The Reality About Reality. Let me give it to you again here. Let me show it to you. This will get you started. The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. I don't know if you can see it with the light on there. There we go. By me, Leonard O'Neill. 2 L's in my last name, not a typo. Okay. I have a podcast called Orion Rising, like the constellation of Orion, Orion Rising. That's on MP3 file. Anywhere you want to listen to that in the world, it's listened to in 70 countries. It's free. I have 555 or 56 episodes there for you to listen to. Me talking about spirituality and teaching you about spirituality. If you want to watch the MP4 version to see my ugly mug, I'm on YouTube. That's archived for the last 500 episodes are on YouTube. You can watch me while I'm talking and see this stuff on the screen, like when I'm doing like the Emerald Tablets of Thoth or the Hermeticum, the Corpus Hermeticum, or other things I put up there, the Law of One, when I interpreted those 6 books, those are also up there. So you can see visuals and hear the words spoken. Otherwise, if you don't need that, you can just listen to me on MP3. Both of those are free. You can listen to those, right? So on YouTube, there's the link. My wife just put it there for you, at Leonard O'Neill 1067 on YouTube, Orion Rising. If you're listening to it on podcast, anywhere you listen to a podcast, just look for Orion Rising by Leonard O'Neill. Okay. Where are you on TikTok? I'm on TikTok, Leonard O'Neill. Brooke will say something in the chat in my name. She's on my other phone on Leonard O'Neill. There I am right there with the hearts that just popped up right below, right above Pete Star TV. Follow Pete Star TV. Follow Leonard O'Neill. Follow Brooke O'Neill. We are the Orion Coalition of Light. Penny, if she's still here. Reese, if they're still here. Roll call. Reese said that last time. Roll call. So if you guys are still here, Reese, Penny, please sound out so that they can see you as well. I think Penny, didn't she say she was leaving?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, Penny had to go. She was working, so she had to go. But follow us. I post every day. So does Brooke. We post on Merlin and Maeve. We also post on my channel. We'd like to post videos from here. We also post sayings from different ascended masters throughout time. So you'll see that on Rook's, on mine, on Merlin and Maeve. We show you the different people: Lao Tzu, the Buddha, the Confucius, different people, even Jesus. Different people. We show you quotes. About the ascension and about your spirituality. We show you even people who you don't know from history who have said these things that you may or may not know from history that have said these things. Okay.
Waking up faster, defending yourself against all the negativity of the world, being an empath and not knowing how to repel and reflect this negative energy you pick up from the guy you walk past who's had a cranky experience at the bloody supermarket. Come and join the Defense against the Dark Arts. It has saved and changed my life. Don't miss out. Email us if you're interested in any of the dates.
Jamie Howard, make sure that you message us here on Merlin and Maeve. Send an inbox message to us here on Merlin and Maeve. Maybe an email as well, because we can talk to you. If you know that you're from Orion, then we can help you out a little bit more. And contact us.
Zoom, yeah.
And make sure you get into the Zoom so that we can talk, the Zoom call that we'll set up for everybody. And what we'll do is we'll try to keep it not too big. You know what I mean? If like 100 of you pop in to the Zoom call, we might limit it and have 2 Zoom calls to have a little bit. That way everybody can ask questions. But if it's like now, we can have everybody in there.
Probably have 2
and then we'll
ways.
just have you guys raise your hand, and then we'll call on you because it'll show us in order, and you guys can ask questions. So definitely, if you think you're from Orion and you want to learn about that, then contact us and we'll find out, right?
There is no. Can we stop worrying about the hierarchy of who was the first alien race, please? It's so.
Oh
crazy.
yeah, you guys have to realize this. Yes, you guys have to realize this is it's bugging Satori. Okay, she says, can you guys stop worrying about who the first third dimensional race was, please? Because that's third dimensional. You're saying who were the first people? Thank you, Dawn, for that. Because the first beings were energy. Okay, the first beings from the creator to level 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, and 6 are just energy. There is no hierarchy there. There is no I'm in charge. There's no caste system. The caste system of a king or one person in charge and everybody below that person is third dimensional, and it's being constructed by the evil people to control you. So who was the first race? It was just beings. Okay, what you call them is determined by what exactly you learned first and what language you speak. Okay, so I have no idea where I'm from. It's okay. That's okay. If you look into it and ask yourself, what constellation in the universe, what's home to me? Is this place home? Is this place home, or is somewhere else home? Like Brooke said, the fact that you know that you're not from here tells you you're not. That means you're from somewhere else. You just have to look around and say, well, what am I drawn to in the universe? You'll be drawn to something. Okay, you just have to figure out what that is. Okay, so you just have to really physical aliens doesn't matter. Why does that matter to you? It matters to you because you have a hierarchy ideology in your brain, and you need to know who was first because you need a hierarchy. That's a construct that is taught to all of us down here so that we have someone in power and everybody below them. You need to know who's first because everyone has to fit into a category. That is a construct that's being done to you in this matrix. You need to get away from that thinking, okay? Thoughts move, right? Thoughts on the move, that's right. So you need to stop thinking about that. Who came first, the chicken or the eggs? Not important. There is a chicken and an egg, not important which one got here first, okay? Who was the first physical being? Not important. Not important. Right? You can ascend to that and then learn that when you get there, okay? You have to get out of that caste system. That caste system is a programming that you have that makes you want to put someone in charge. And it has to be someone who's at the top and everybody else answers to them. Okay? No more questions. I'm being produced. My wife says time to go. We've been on here for 4.5 hours. It's time for me to take a break, guys. I don't know that I'll be back live today, but I'll probably be live at some point tomorrow, okay? Yeah. So I love you guys, and if you have some more questions, follow us on Merlin and Maeve. hit that bell so when we go live, you know about it. You can hop back in and ask questions, okay? And like I said, I'll try to answer all the questions. I apologize that I was talking too fast for some of you because I was trying to answer everybody's questions because that's what I'm here to do, okay? And if you want questions independently or one-on-one or, you know, or with me or with Brooke, you guys email us. And if you want to book us, you can do that. And then we can give you guys information. Otherwise, wait till we go live and I'll try to give you as much information as I can, okay? I love you guys. Keep thinking for yourself. Question everything, okay? That's how you break your conditioning and start waking up. Then you will wake up the more you do that, right? Yes, right, Lynn? Yes. Okay, so you see what Lynn said, right? I talk fast because I'm trying to give you guys as much clarity and as much information as I can in the time that I have with you, okay? And I also have to talk within an algorithm. All right, guys, I love you guys. I'm going to go. I will see you guys tomorrow or whenever you guys come on the next time. I love you guys. Have a great night. Have a great day. Have a great morning. Have a great evening. Oh, Brooke's wanting to wave at everybody.
Bye, guys. Thank you so much. Sorry we have to duck and run. My Kelto needs to refuel. Love you all. Email us if you guys want to have sensitive information.
Email us.
Email us. We'll talk about it.
Email us. We'll talk about it. All right, guys. I love you.